Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. There are too many things. There are too many windows and too many tabs. How do I do it? I think before I get started with follow reach, I will first look into the current political topic at hand about the Emotes being discussed in Congress. UFO hearing key takeaways. Let's go ahead and open the stream with this. What the heck? I don't like that thing. I don't know if it was introduced in 7 or Vista or 10, where if you shake a window, it minimizes every other window except the one that you're holding. Whoever invented that needs to be sent to China, to some Chinese concentration camps, as well as the person who invented WebM, not WebM's, WebP. WebP, the person who invented WebP, as well as the people who insist on using it on their site. All of those people, I think, would be excellent additions to the Chinese concentration camps. I think everybody will agree with me. Okay. Let me send out this. Let me kill this window and send out this window. Okay. So this is from CBS News by Stephen Beckett, updated on July 26th, 2023 at 8:07 p.m. I assume local time, so central, if it is local. Although it could be Eastern if they're going by, I guess local time for them, it would be 8 p.m. Eastern, but I assume local time for me is what I meant to say initially. So local time for me, I assume, is 8 p.m. Central, which would be probably 9 p.m. Eastern when it was updated. Wait a second. What the heck was that? Weird. Okay. Title is UFO Hearing Key Takeaways. What a whistleblower told Congress about UAP. I have a video here that's looping. Oh, no, it's not looping. It's just 5.5 minutes. Okay. Let's get through this and see what's going on. Washington. You should specify DC. It's like there's a state called Washington. There's a reason why people typically specify the city and state. A former military intelligence officer turned whistleblower told House lawmakers that Congress is being kept in the dark about unidentified anomalous phenomena known as UAP or UFOs, alleging at a hearing that executive branch agencies have withheld information about the mysterious objects for years. David Grush, who served for 14 years as an intelligence officer in the Air Force and National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, appeared before the House Oversight Committee's National Security Subcommittee alongside two former fighter pilots who had first-hand experience with UAP. Grush served as a representative on two Pentagon task forces investigating UAP until earlier this year. He told lawmakers that he was informed of a a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, end quote, during the course of his work examining classified programs. He said he was denied access to those programs when he requested it and accused the military of misappropriating funds to shield these operations from congressional oversight. He later said he had interviewed officials who had direct knowledge of aircraft with, quote, non-human origins, and that so-called, quote, biologics were recovered from some craft. I suppose that does, biologics to me sounds like something that is at least partially biological. So that could probably also mean like small biological beings, or probably even like single cell or very few cell, small, tiny biological organisms, which is I guess he has to be he has to be pretty vague, because he's probably got a couple people eyeing him, and maybe they have something on him, or they don't want him to reveal certain information, I imagine. Members of both parties questioned how Congress should go about investigating the remarkable allegations, a reflection of the increasing willingness by lawmakers to demand that the executive branch be more forthcoming about the phenomena. Quote, "We're going to uncover the cover-up, and I hope this is just the beginning of many more hearings and many more people coming forward about this," said Representative Tim Burchett, a Republican from Tennessee. The Pentagon did not immediately respond to a request for comment about Grush's claims, but the department has denied his assertions in the past. The UAP issue has gained widespread attention from Congress and the public in recent years, with the release of several video recordings of the encounters, which typically show seemingly nondescript objects moving through the air at very high speeds with no apparent method of propulsion. The Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, which Congress established last year to investigate the incidents, has investigated roughly 800 reports of UAP as of May. While military officials have said most cases have innocuous origins, many others remain unexplained. Lawmakers say the military knows more about the objects than it has disclosed to Congress. What the witnesses said at the UAP UFO hearing. In addition to Grush, the panel heard a testimony from Ryan Graves, a former Navy pilot who has spoken out about encountering UAP on training missions, and David Fravor, who spotted a large object captured in the now famous Tic Tac video during a flight off the coast of California in 2004. It says Tic Tac in quotations. So does that mean TikTok or is it shaped like a Tic Tac? Because that's the first thing that came to mind, that it's shaped like a Tic Tac. All three witnesses said current reporting systems are inadequate to investigate UAP encounters, and said a stigma still exists for pilots and officials who press for more transparency about their experiences. Graves was an F-18 pilot stationed in Virginia Beach in 2014 when his squadron first began detecting unknown objects. He described them as, quote, dark gray or black cubes. Black cubes kind of sounds like the angels, the guys from Evangelion. Dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear sphere where the apex or tips of the cubes were touching the inside of that sphere. That does sound very reminiscent of those angels from NGE. Let me go look up. I think this is the inverse. I didn't really pay attention as I was reading it. NGE sphere cube angel. Leliel. No, not this one. This. Let's see. It says the way he describes it is dark gray or black cubes, plural, inside of a clear sphere where the apex or tips of the cubes were touching the inside of that sphere. What if I just go look for NGE angels in general? Let's look at all of them. I think safe search is off, so I gotta be a little careful here. Angels, plural. I had singular. Okay, some of them do look like. So there's this like prism thingy here that looks kind of like a cube, but not exactly. And then the only other thing is that this sphere over here, the Leliel one, that's the sphere one that's like a black and white pattern curves around the sphere. But then this one, Zeruel, looks more like a clay doll from Pokemon's. Ramiel is that purple diamond-shaped one. So the two ones that would be most like what he is describing is that purple prism, Ramiel, and then that black and white sphere, Leliel. But it would be as if there were multiple of these spheres that were dark blue or gray inside this sphere, which I imagine would be like a more transparent or something. If he can see through, inside the clear sphere. That's interesting. I don't think I've ever heard anyone, military or otherwise, describe a craft like that or an object like that, whether or not it is a craft. I don't think he's mentioned it. If it is a craft, he just says an unknown object. Where the apex or tips of the cubes were touching the inside of that sphere. He said a fellow pilot told him about one incident about 10 miles off the coast in which an object between 5 and 15 feet in diameter flew between two F-18s and came within 50 feet of the aircraft. He said that there was no acknowledgement of the incident or way to report the encounter at the time. UAP encounters, he said, were, quote, not rare or isolated. Quote, if everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, Our national conversation would change, Graves said. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issues this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects are a concern for flight safety. I guess that's true for like both commercial flights and military airspace. But yeah, regardless of what it is, if it's something that we cannot control or communicate with, if it's not ours, then it is definitely an issue for flight safety. He continues, the American people deserve to know what is happening in our skies. It is long overdue. Ideally, I suppose it would be just secret military craft, experimental craft, and he just doesn't have the clearance, or he's not part of any group that's in charge of that. So if that is the situation, then hopefully they won't do any false flags with these experimental crafts that are ours. But that's like the biggest best case scenario I can think of right now. Grush served as the National Reconnaissance Office's representative to the AARO and its predecessor task force. While he said he couldn't answer many questions about what he knew about classified programs in Wednesday's open hearing, he said he was, quote, hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency. Fravor recounted his 2004 encounter with an object off the California coast. He told the subcommittee that he and another pilot spotted the smooth, seamless, oval-shaped object hovering over the water before it rapidly climbed about 12,000 feet in the air. It then accelerated and disappeared. It was detected roughly 60 miles away less than a minute later. Fravor returned to an aircraft carrier and mentioned the object to other pilots who were getting ready to take off, and they managed to get it on video. Quote, I think what we experienced was, like I said, well beyond the material science and the capabilities that we had at the time, that we have currently, or that we're going to have in the next 10 to 20 years, Fravor said. Congress pushes for UAP/UFO transparency. Wednesday's hearing took place amid a growing willingness by lawmakers to demand that the military and intelligence agencies release more about what they know regarding the mysterious incidents, with many members of Congress citing the potential national security threat posed by unknown objects in or near U.S. airspace. A bipartisan group of senators led by Majority Leader Chuck Schumer introduced an amendment to the annual defense spending bill currently making its way through Congress. The measure, modeled off legislation aimed at revealing government records about the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, would require executive branch agencies to hand over UAP records to a review board with, quote, the presumption of immediate disclosure. Agencies would have to justify requests to keep records classified. A different House panel heard testimony from Pentagon officials at the first open hearing about the issue in more than 50 years last summer. At Wednesday's hearing, lawmakers of both parties expressed anger about their inability to get information about UAP from the military and intelligence agencies, describing a system of overclassification that shields reports of incident from public view. Quote, we should have disclosure today. We should have disclosure tomorrow. The time has come, said Democratic Representative Jared Moskowitz. I had Wazowski on the brain. Jared Moskowitz of Florida. Quote, several of us are going to look forward to getting some answers in a more confidential setting. I assume some legislation will come out of this, said GOP Representative Glenn Grothman, the subcommittee's chairman. And that is the end of this piece here by CBS News. I assume this is a multiple day hearing, because I imagine that there are quite a lot of things to discuss and quite a lot of things other people would want to discuss or to have heard out. How long is the I typed in how long is, and okay, I typed how L to type out how long is the UFO subcommittee hearing. And when I typed in how L, the first the first search result that it wants me to that it predicts that I'm gonna click is how long is the Barbie movie, and then it says 1 hour 54 minutes right below it. It got me too good. Let's see, how long is the UFO UAP hearing? This does not give me any satisfactory answers. Let's do how many days is the UFO UAP hearing? Maybe it is only a 1 day thing, because I don't think none of these search results at all seem to indicate that it's multiple days. It just makes it sound like it's a 1 day thing. It says the most clear thing that leads me to that conclusion that it's only a 1 day thing is the first thing from Axios here. The first sentence says, pilots urged Congress on Wednesday for more government transparency. And then another one by CBS News just says, a House committee is holding a hearing Wednesday to pressure the executive branch. And that's about it. It doesn't really seem to suggest or lean toward the idea that it might be a multiple day event. Okay. I want to read more Halo. However, I think I want to have my drink first. Let me go ahead up. Pull it up on screen. Jamie, pull that shit up. I do feel a little tired, and so that's why I got this thingy. I prepared it for now. Ogre here. It's this thingy. I don't typically drink this stuff, but I think I could really use it right now. I'm a little sloggy, so I wanna drink this buck's milk. Look at the picture of the buck here. He's like an American flag. He looks pretty horny, if you ask me. So maybe that'll help me get into a more better chemical mindset. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and drink this, and then we're gonna listen to some Bigfoots. And once I feel I am adequately juiced up by this deer, by this stallion, then I'll go ahead and continue, pick up on chapter 10 of The Fall of Reach. Okay, I did have a supposedly good episode according to the comments. I started listening to it yesterday, but then I was looking at the comments and it said this is such a good episode, like a top 10. So, in the comments is what they were saying. So, I'll go ahead and give that a go, and we'll see if that's true.
With three creatures. So John will be and to catch to us to the show. Welcome to the show, everyone. Thanks for being here tonight. Got a great show planned for you. Tonight we're going to be chatting with John, and John comes to us from
John CGG?
Oregon, and he's a 20-year veteran of the military. And to kind of get away from things, he bought this piece of property out in the middle of nowhere, was going to build a home on it, and he was staying on it in a trailer. And while he
When he said that, I got spooked. I was like, wait a second. He was going to build a home on it? What happened? Why was he deterred? What on earth could have possibly convinced him otherwise? And then I read the comments a little bit, and without trying to get too spoiled. And so that's why I decided to see that it was a good episode, and we'll hold off on it. Actually, let me go ahead and open this on screen here. Jamie, pull that shit up. This thing, it says it has zero sugar. Zero sugar. I've had it before, and I also had a different one that had the trans colors. This one is the MAGA one. I think the other one, the cotton, the trans color, the one that had like a cotton candy kind of flavor to it. And this one just, I don't actually remember what kind of a flavor it had. It has kind of a fruity flavor. I'm not exactly sure how to describe it. It says natural and artificial flavors of what? What's it supposed to taste like? I don't know. Anyway, I gotta wait for this thing to get me bucked up.
he was developing the land, he had a run-in one night with three creatures. So John will be going into that tonight. If you've had an encounter and you'd like to be on the show, shoot me an email. My email address is wes@sasquatchchronicles.com. And if you get a chance to check out sasquatchchronicles.com, you can become a member and get additional shows. The app is almost here, 99% done. I'm having a few members check it out for me, but I'm very satisfied with it. It's very cool. You can listen to all the member shows, all the public shows, read the blogs, do everything you want on the app that you can do on the website. But I will announce when it's officially released. I'm hoping to release it soon. Let's jump into it tonight. I want to welcome John to the show. John, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I really appreciate it, John. And if you would you just kind of start from the very beginning? I know the encounter happened in Oregon back in 2014. Just kind of start from the very beginning, kind of tell us what you were doing and walk us into what happened. What did you end up seeing?
Okay, well, I had been in the military. I grew up in Portland, Oregon, and I had been in the military for 20 years. And whenever I got out, I had some bad experiences with deployments and things. I am a combat veteran, and my PTSD was off the chart, and I was looking to just get away from people. I really didn't identify with people. I was pretty antisocial at the time.
He's
And
like me, for real,
through the VA and disability, I'd come into a sizable sum of money, back pay that I should have got. And I used that to purchase some acreage about 45, 50 miles west-southwest of the Dalles, Oregon, near the east side of Mount Hood. And the idea was that my wife was going to continue to work during the week and then come out there on the weekends. And my father took his fifth wheel out there for me to live in. And I just stayed out there, and I was going to build a cabin that we could vacation to and go to on the weekends. And then eventually, whenever my wife was old enough to retire to. So I'm out there, and I have a lot of relatives in the Portland area who had made their living in the construction industry. And I had an uncle who had a business where he rented heavy equipment to people. So he had brought a big backhoe out there. And my cousin, who was a heavy equipment operator, had been coming out on the weekends to help me dig what was going to be the basement, but it was a big hole, and we were going to put the foundation all through it. And the hole that we had ended up digging was about 30 feet by 40 feet, and it was about 12 and a half feet deep. When we had got the hole finished, my cousin loaded the backhoe up onto the trailer that they hauled it out there, and my uncle was going to come get it the following weekend. So I'm basically living out there in a fifth wheel, camping, and doing a lot of work around the property during the week, clearing out underbrush and pulling it in and burning it. And so one night, after about a month and a half of me living out there, I was asleep. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning or so, and I heard a big bang against, something very heavy hitting against metal. So I got up and I didn't have any night vision and, no electricity, but I had lanterns, and I grabbed my Surefire flashlight, and I stood in the doorway of this fifth wheel, and I shined it around the only metal thing out there, which was the trailer containing this big backhoe that was right next to this giant pit in the ground. And I didn't see anything. So I went back to bed and I laid there and I listened and I listened. I didn't hear anything. So when the sun came up, I went around there and I'm looking. Near there's a big giant pile of dirt and rocks that had been dug up from the hole. The backhoe was dirty. We hadn't even cleaned it yet. I didn't see anything on there where any of the dirt or anything had been disrupted. I didn't see any tire tracks. I thought maybe something had flown into it, or an animal had run into it or something. So I just carried on with my day of doing the chores that I'd been working on out there. The next night, right in the middle of the night again, I heard it again. It was something heavy hitting metal, like a big bang sound. So I laid there to see if I heard it again. And after a few minutes, I heard it again. So I jumped up and I had all my guns out there with me. And one of the guns that I had happened to take out there with me was an M4 with an aim point sight on it, because that's what I was used to carrying in the military. So I grabbed my M4 and my Surefire and opened up the door, and I looked around and did not see anything. And at this point, I'm thinking that some people from town, some kids or something, were out there messing with me. So I yelled out, "You better get out of here." And I didn't hear anything, So I closed the door and went back toward the bunk where I was sleeping, and I heard the bam again. So now I'm angry. So I flipped the door open again, and I said, "I'm armed and I will shoot you. Don't try."
Now I'm angry. This this drink is pretty good. I'm feeling way more better. I'm feeling way more up to it now. Maybe I should just make this part of my ritual. But I guess I'll finish this run and see how quickly I can die. But I also gotta go turn on the AC. Give me a second. It's too hot. It's literally so dreadful. It's like ogre 100 degrees Fahrenheit. I went outside earlier to water the farm, and my pee-pee basically melted off. It's like, how you have a piece of chocolate and then it gets too hot? That's basically what happened to me.
Try me. And I looked around and I'm shining the flashlight around, looking for any movement, listening. I don't see or hear anything. And I no sooner than close the door to the fifth wheel again. I mean, the door clicked and I heard bam again. So I threw it back open and I'm looking around and I don't hear anything. And basically I just propped my butt down on the floor of the camper with the door open, shining my flashlight around until the sun came up. So that was that night. And the following night, I'm laying in bed and I'm listening. I had stayed up. One of the things that I didn't tell you when you and I had talked before, I had built a big bonfire and I was going to just stay out there all night. And I made a show of, because at this point I'm still thinking that it's kids out there messing with somebody that, maybe I'm in their old drinking area or something. I don't know. Kids from the Dalles or Hood River come in there and they're just messing with me. So I built a big bonfire. I made a big show of bringing all my guns out and sitting on a lawn chair out there and really slowly cleaning my guns and looking around, show anybody that's watching me that I'm armed. Eventually it got quite late. The fire had burned down. So I hadn't seen anything, hadn't heard anything. So I went back into the trailer. I get into bed and I'm laying there for a while and not hearing anything, listening for everything. I can hear crickets outside, so I'm thinking, okay, there's nothing out there. And I fell asleep, and about 4:30, I heard the bang of something heavy on metal again. And I jumped up, threw my pistol in my holster, grabbed my M4, and I ran to the door and I waited. And when I heard the bang again, I was ready to jump out, and then I heard what I thought was a woman screaming. Only it was really, really loud. It sounded like it was coming from right outside the door of the trailer. In my head, it sounded like a woman who was in severe pain or being brutally attacked or something. It was just a desperate scream over and over and over again. So I took a deep breath and I prepared myself. And whenever I threw open the door of the fifth wheel, I was at a run. And the door to the fifth wheel is about 30 to 40 feet from where this big hole is in the ground. I've got a combat sling on my M4. I've got the Surefire up on the handguards of the M4, and I'm aiming in the direction of the pit as I'm running up there. As I'm running up there, I can identify there's two shapes that I can see on the far side of the pit, which would have been, well, it was about 30 feet from one side to the other. One of them is quite large. All I'm seeing is dark shapes. This is about 4:30 in the morning. The sun is just starting to lighten again with the coming of the sun. One large shape, very tall, very big, massive, and then another shorter shape, but it was really long. And I'm not identifying what it is that I'm seeing. I run up to the edge of the pit. Before my brain tells me to hit the brakes, I hit the brakes, and I'm seeing this before I actually arrive and stop. And my brain is having trouble processing what it is that I'm seeing. The only word that comes to mind were beasts. I've heard the term monsters used, great apes. These were just giant, massive beasts. The one that was shorter appeared shorter because it was laying on the ground. But the way it was laying, I registered later, it wasn't laying the way a person would lay on the ground, where your whole body is laying on the ground. It had one hand beneath it, and
Oh my goodness, that's such an awful area for that boss fight. Okay, well, I mean, I said until I die, so unfortunately, we're gonna have to stop the spooky Bigfoots story here. That's always one of my concerns and fears about going to live out somewhere where you're far away from people. It's like, yeah, it's nice that you have all this room and all this space and all this quiet. You may occasionally run into people who are trolling you, and those are pretty decent benefits if you're not really into people. If you're kind of a misanthrope, those can be definitely. Oh my god. Those can definitely be beneficial traits. However, you do have to fend for yourself. So if there are any bears or any aminals who are causing you issues, you're kind of on your own because the police are going to take like 20 hours to get to you. And if there's anything supernatural, like a Bigfoots, or maybe not even supernatural, maybe there's something abnormal, I suppose, is a better way to put it. If there's something abnormal, then you're also still on your own, and people aren't going to believe you, more than likely, except maybe the people who used to live there before, or if you're going to build a house there like this guy, then nobody's lived there yet at all. And then the other issue is, if you are of the proper mindset that you may have to use self-defense to protect yourself and your property, or your friends or family or your pets, you might have to actually pull the trigger on somebody. And I don't know if it's if it's one of those things where mentally I am prepared to do so if the situation arises, and if all of the legal ramifications, all the legal requirements are met, for which I have legal grounds to use it on a person. I do feel as if I would be able and willing to use deadly force, but in the moment I may think differently, and so that's kind of like another little concern that I think you gotta keep in mind. But yeah, so far it's a pretty interesting story. It is 12 minutes into a 1 hour episode, so hopefully I can come back to that later. Maybe what I'll do to guarantee we finish that story today is I will end the stream with that story and some more video gamers. Okay. Let's go. Yahoo! Okay, so we are reading Halo, The Fall of Reach. And also, previously on Halo, The Fall of Reach, we had the Spartans in training. They received their augmentations, their chemical, medical adjustments. I think, what did he call it at some point? Mendez said another word other that wasn't. I think he said modifications or something like that. But the Spartans in training received their augmentations, and some of them died, some of them were crippled, and so they had to send them off into the darkness of space, never to be seen again, except for those who were crippled, who will now be functioning at other parts in other fronts on the war effort, such as intel and such. Intel and recon and probably communications, all that good stuff. And then afterward, number 117, he went to the gym, and something was wrong at the gym because the weights weren't as heavy as they should be. And then eventually some of four ODSTs came in, and they were angry, and so they had a fight, and number 117 ended up severely injuring and or killing those 4 ODSTs. And then they were moved. The Spartans were moved to another base somewhere else. And now we have their first mission, their first actual mission with live ammunition. This is not a training mission. And number 117, who is the squad leader, who has also just now been promoted to... Whereabouts does he promote him? Here we go. CPO Mendez asks the Spartans if they have any more questions. And they don't. The Spartans say nothing, and then Mendez said... He fixed his gaze on John and said, "Squad leader, you are hereby promoted to the rank of Petty Officer 3rd Class." And so, number 117, who's also named John, is now the Petty Officer 3rd Class and will be leading this first mission for the Spartans. They are going to an asteroid base, a hidden asteroid base. And then the squad is picking up their stuff. They're preparing their package, their gear, and their loadout. And here is how Chapter 9 ends. Sam hefted 2 medium-sized backpacks. Damage packs. They were filled with C-12. Enough high explosives to blow through 3 meters of battleship armor plate. "You have enough of that stuff?" Kelly asked him wryly. "You think I should take more?" Sam replied and smiled. "Nothing like a little fireworks to celebrate the end of a mission." "Everyone ready?" John asked. Sam's smile disappeared, and he slapped an extended clip into his MA2B. "Ready," Kelly gave him, and here's a typo we found. Kelly gave him, John, a thumbs up. Fred and Linda nodded. Then let's get to work. And we will now proceed with Chapter 10. It's still pretty hot in here. I hope I hope it improves. Chapter 10, 1210 hours, September 14th, 2525, military calendar. Eridanus system. Eridanus 2 space dock. Civilian cargo ship laden. Registry number F-0980W. Spartan 117 in position. In position. Okay, let's just start over. Spartan 117 in position. Next check-in at 0400. John clicked off the microphone, encrypted the message, and fed it into his comm relay. He triggered a secure burst transmission to the Athens, the ONI, ONI, the Office of Naval Intelligence, not only ONLY, as in singular, the ONI Prowler. He triggered a secure burst transmission to the Athens, the ONI Prowler ship on station a few AUs distant. What happened? Where's the mattress? What's up, Patches? You wanna lay here while I read it to you? I guess I gotta turn on the kitty cam if she's gonna stay up here. And I gotta turn this to one page view. And I gotta be careful with my drink here. She might. No. You're trying to spill my water. Stop. Okay, let's see. Here's the camera. Here's the kitty cam. And here's the little baby kitty. Let's see if we let her smell my... Wait, look at Patches. Come here. Look. Smell this. Smell this. What's that? You like it? She doesn't give a fuck. What happened? What is it? What happened? You're not gonna stay here? Okay. See you later. I guess we don't need the camera after all. Okay. What is AU supposed to mean here? The ONI Prowler ship on station a few AUs distant. AU. Aeronautic units. What is AU? Astronomical unit. Okay, pretty close. Because I assume because it's Navy, then they would just they would continue to be using like aeronautical rather than astronomical. Okay, let's go back to 2-page view. He triggered a secure burst transmission to the Athens, the ONI Prowler ship on station a few AUs distant. He and his teammates climbed onto the upper girders. He and his teammates climbed onto the upper girders. In silence, the team rigged a web of support nets so they could rest in relative comfort. Below them lay 100,000 liters of black water, and surrounding them, 2 centimeters of stainless steel. Sam rigged the fill. Sam rigged the fill sensor so the reservoir's computer wouldn't let any more water flow into the storage tank. The lights in their helmets cast a pattern of crossing and crisscrossing. Why not just write of crisscrossing? Okay. The lights in their helmets cast a pattern of crossing and crisscrossing reflection lines. A perfect hiding spot, all according to plan, John thought, and allowed himself a small grin of triumph. The tech specs that only... I feel like if... I have a monitor so I can hear myself as I'm trying to do the voices and the narration. And I feel as if I'm hearing only the word only rather than only the Office of Naval Intelligence. The tech specs that Oni had procured at the Layton showed a number of hydroponic pods mounted around the ship's carousel system, something not uncommon for this class. The massive water tanks used gravity feed to irrigate the ship's space-grown crops. Perfect. They had easily slipped past the lone guard in the Layton's main cargo bay and into the nearly deserted center section. The water tank would mask their thermal signatures and block any motion sensors. What I'm noticing about this so far is that it seems as if in Season 1 of the Halo TV show, they were using this as a sort of reference point when... what's that one cool black Spartan who defected? When Quahan says, "I'll see you later," he says, "God, I hope not." Who also looks like Dave Chappelle. I feel like when he was doing his cargo thingy, that they sort of got a bit of an idea for that from this scene that we're reading now. And similarly, there was something earlier with that they clearly took from this, from the lore that Cortana, that Dr. Halsey and Blackton Keys went to go see John 117 as a kid at the school, and he did the coin flip thing to determine his proclivity for luck. So those two scenes, I think, are quite evocative of what I'm reading right here, right now, and of the school playground scene with the coin. But we'll see how this one plays out, and I think it'll be quite different than the pirate-like scene that was in the TV show. So, and this one might go a little differently. They had easily slipped past the lone guard in the Layton's main cargo bay and into the nearly deserted center section. The water tank would mask their thermal signatures and block any motion sensors. The only risky element entered the picture if the center section stopped spinning. Things could get very messy inside the tank very fast, but John doubted that would happen. Kelly set up a tiny microwave relay outside the top hatch. She propped her data pad on her stomach and linked to the ship's network. "I'm in," she reported. "There's no AI or serious encryption. Accessing their system now." She tapped the pad a few more times and activated the intrusion software, the best that Oni could provide. A moment later, the pad pulsed to indicate success. "They've got nav trajectory on the asteroid belt. ETA is 10 hours. "Good work," John said. "Team, we'll sleep in shifts." Sam, Fred, and Linda snapped off their flashlights. The tank reverberated as the Layton's engines flared to life. The water tilted as they accelerated away from the orbital docking station. John remembered Eridanus too. vaguely recalled that it was once home. He wondered if his old school, his family, were still there. He squelched his curiosity. Speculation made for a fine mental exercise, but the mission came first. He had to stay alert, or failing that, grab some sleep, so he would be alert when he needed to be. Chief Mendez must have told them 1,000 times. Rest can be as deadly a weapon as a pistol or grenade. "I've got something," Kelly whispered and handed him her pad. It displayed the cargo manifest for the Layden. John scrolled down the list. Water, flour, milk, frozen orange juice, welding rods, superconducting magnets for a fusion reactor. No mention of weapons. "I give up," he said. "What am I looking for?" "I'll give you a hint," Kelly replied. Oh. "I'll give you a hint," Kelly replied. "The chief smokes them." John flicked back through the list. There. Sweet William Siggers? I was about to say Siggers. What the heck is a Sigger? I gotta be careful with saying that word. I might accidentally say something else. There. Sweet William cigars. Next to them on the manifest was a crate of champagne. What the heck is this word? A Procyon? Procyon. I assume that's pronounced Procyon. Procyon genus. Procyon. It says a raccoon. Cozumel raccoon. Procyon is a genus of nocturnal mammals comprising 3 species commonly known as raccoons. Okay, how do we pronounce this word? Or is it Procyon? Procyon or Procyon is also the brightest star in the constellation of Canis Minor, and usually the 8th brightest star in the night sky, with an apparent visual magnitude of 0.34. It has the Bayer designation. What's that A thing? Is it called Alpha? Alpha Canis Minoris? How do we pronounce this word? Why does nobody want to tell me how to pronounce this word? Let's try Google. Procyon. I guess we'll just go to Google Translate. Translate.google.com and see if we can get. Okay, it might be loud, but close your ears if it's too loud for you.
Procyon.
It is Procyon. Okay. Okay. Procyon vintage. John flicked back through the list. There. Sweet William cigars. Next to them on the manifest was a crate of champagne, a Procyon vintage. There were fast-chilled New York steaks and Swiss chocolates. They have steaks all the way from New York? And they're near reach, I assume? Whoa. These items were stored in a secure locker. They had the same routing codes. Luxury items, Kelly murmured. I bet they're heading straight for that special delivery to Colonel Watts or his officers. Good work, John replied. We'll tag this stuff and follow it. What kind of a voice should I have for Fred? Should I make it similar to the that one YouTuber called Fred? He's still relevant, right? Or should I make him sound more like Fred Fredberger? I guess for now, I'll just say like a generic white guy voice. Won't be that easy, Fred said from the darkness. He flicked on his flashlight and peered back at John. There are a million ways this can go wrong. We're going in without recon. I don't like it. We only have one advantage on this mission, John said. The rebels have never infiltrated. Have never been infiltrated. The rebels have never been infiltrated. They'll feel relatively safe and won't be expecting us. But every extra second we stay, that's another chance for us to be spotted. We'll follow Kelly's hunch. You questioning orders? Sam asked Fred. Scared? There was a slight hint of challenge in his voice. Fred thought for a moment. No, he answered. But this is no training mission. Our targets won't be firing stun rounds, he sighed. I just don't want to. I just don't want to fail. We're not going to fail, John told him. We've accomplished every mission we've been on before. That wasn't entirely true. The augmentation mission had wiped out half the Spartans. They weren't invincible. But John wasn't scared. A little nervous, maybe, but he was ready. Rotate sleep cycles, John said. Wake me up in 4 hours. What he should have said was, wake me when you need me. Wake me up in 4 hours. He turned over and quickly nodded off to the sound of the sloshing water. He dreamed of Graph Ball and a coin spinning in the air. John caught it and yelled, Eagle, as he won again. He always won. Kelly nudged John's shoulder, and he was instantly awake, hand on his assault rifle. We're decelerating, she whispered, and pointed her light into the water below. The liquid tilted at a 20-degree inclination. Lights off, John ordered. They were plunged into total darkness. He popped the hatch and snaked the fiber optic probe attached to his helmet through the crack. All clear. They climbed out, then rappelled down the back of the 10-meter tall tank. Oh my goodness, there's so many T's there. Rappelled down the back of the 10-meter tall tank. So many T's. This isn't a poem. You don't need to have alliteration here. Although I guess technically, actually, it might be fine for tension, because if you're reading the T sound over and over again, it kind of sounds like they're rappelling down, they're stepping like a metal or some kind of a stone as they're rappelling down the water tank. They climbed out, then rappelled down the back of the 10-meter tall tank. They donned their grease-stained coveralls and removed their helmets. The black suits looked a little bulky beneath the work clothes, but the disguise would hold up to a cursory inspection. With their weapons and gear in duffel bags, they'd pass as crew, from a distance. They crept through a deserted corridor and into the cargo bay. They heard a million tiny metallic pings as gravity settled the ship. The laden must be docking to a spinning station or a rotating asteroid. The cargo bay was a huge room, stacked to its ceilings with barrels and crates. There were massive tanks of oil. Automated robot forklifts scurried between rows, checking for items that might have come loose in transit. There was a terrific clang as a docking clamp grabbed the ship. Cigars this way, Kelly whispered. She consulted her data pad, then tucked it back into her pocket. They moved out, clinging to the shadows. They stopped every few meters, listened, and made sure their fields of fire were clear. Kelly held up her hand and made a fist. She pointed to the secure hatch on the starboard side of the hold. John signaled Fred and Kelly and motioned them to go forward. Fred used the lock breaker on the door and popped it open. They entered and closed it behind them. John, Sam, and Linda waited. There was a sudden motion, and the Spartans snapped their weapons to firing positions. A robot forklift passed down an adjacent aisle. The massive aft doors of the cargo hold parted with a hiss. Light spilled into the hold. A dozen dock workers dressed in coveralls entered. John gripped his MA2B. I like how it has 2B. 2B is pretty cool. John gripped his MA2B tighter. One man looked down the aisle where they were crouched in the shadows. He stooped, paused. John raised his weapon slowly, his hands steady and sighted on the man's chest. Always shoot for center mass, Mendez had barked during weapons training. The man stood, stretched his back, and moved on, whistling quietly to himself. It wasn't me. I didn't see nothing. That's what he must be thinking when he saw the guy in the shadows pointing the gun at him. I didn't see nothing. It wasn't me. Fred and Kelly returned, and Kelly opened and closed her hand, palm out. She had placed the marker. John grabbed his helmet from his duffel bag and slipped it on. He pinged the navigation marker and saw the blue triangle flash once on his heads-up display. He returned Kelly's thumbs up and removed his helmet. John stowed his helmet and MA2B and motioned for the rest of the team to do the same. They casually walked out of the Layden's aft cargo hold and onto the rebel base. The docking bay was hewn from solid rock. The ceiling stretched a kilometer high. Bright lights overhead effectively illuminated the place, looking like tiny suns in the sky. There were hundreds of ships docked within the cavern. Tiny single craft, Mako, I'm assuming that's pronounced Mako. Mako-class corvettes, cargo freighters, and even a captured UNSC Pelican dropship. Each craft was held by massive cranes that traveled on railroad tracks. The tracks led toward a series of large air dock doors. That's how the Layden must have gotten inside. I wonder if I can store this bucked up energy drink for later, but I don't think so. Kinda seems like the carbonation would just expire. Okay. Okay, the railroad tracks, and then that's how the Layden must have gotten inside. It does feel as if it's gotten a bit cooler in here, but I still feel as if it is quite hot. Quite warm. It's slightly uncomfortable, slightly comfortable. Each craft was held by massive cranes that traveled on railroad tracks. The tracks led toward a series of large airlock doors. That's how the Layden must have gotten inside. There were people everywhere. Workers and men in crisp white uniforms. John's first instinct was to seek cover. Every one of them was a potential threat. He wished he had his gun in hand. He He remained calm and strode among these strangers. He had, he had to set the right example for his team. If his recent encounter with the ODSTs in the gym of the Atlas had been any indication, he knew his team wouldn't interact well with the natives. The natives? John made his way past dock workers and robotic trams full of cargo and vendors selling roasted meat on sticks. He walked toward a set of double doors set in the far rock wall, marked Public Showers. He pushed through and didn't look back. The place was almost empty. One man was sinking in the shower. I feel like I might have that might be interpreted as sinking with a K, but he's singing like Jigglypuffs. The place was almost empty. One man was singing in the shower, and there were 2 rebel officers undressing near the towel dispensers. John led his team to the most distant corner of the locker room and hunkered down on one of the benches. Linda sat with her back to them, on lookout duty. "So far, so good," John whispered. "This will be our fallback position if everything falls apart and we get separated." Sam nodded. "Okay, we have a lead on how to find the colonel. Anyone have any ideas how to get off this rock once we grab him? Back into the Layden's water tank." "Too slow," Kelly said. "We've got to assume that when Colonel Watts goes missing, people are going to look for him." "There was a Pelican on the dock," John said. "We'll take it. Now let's figure out how to operate the cranes and airlocks." Sam hefted his pack of explosives. "I know just the polite." What the heck? He's just ready and happy to explode things. Sam hefted his pack of explosives. "I know just the way to politely knock on those airlock doors. Don't worry." Sam taught. Oh my goodness, it's still too hot. I just now felt the heat and the warmth hit me like a wall. I gotta go turn on the other AC. Give me a second. Oh my goodness. Why is it? Maybe it's because the mic is so close to me that it's like pushing back the air onto my face. You in the laundry room? You have like a little hair thingy. What happened? Patches has been underground collecting hair or something. I don't know. What's up, buddy? What happened? Okay, wait a second. What's this? Were you drinking the water like a silly kitty again? Okay. They're talking about the Pelican. Okay, so we'll pick back up where Sam is talking about his explosives. Sam hefted his pack of explosives. "I know just the way to politely knock on those airlock doors. Don't worry." Sam tapped his left foot. He only did that when he was eager to move. Fred's hands were clenched into fists. He might be nervous, but he had it under control. Kelly yawned, and Linda sat absolutely still. They were ready. John got his helmet, donned it on, and checked the nav marker. "Bearing 320, he said. "It's on the move." He picked up his gear, and so are we. They left the showers and strode through the dock, past massive drop doors and into a city. This part of the asteroid looked like a canyon carved into the rock. John could barely make out the ceiling far overhead. There were skyscrapers and apartment buildings, factories, and even a small hospital. When I was reading the line above this, skyscrapers, in my peripheral vision, I thought the word hospital was airport because of the P. I was like, wait a second, how the heck did they get an airport in here? Is the asteroid that massive that you need air travel? You can't use the railways? There were skyscrapers and apartment buildings, factories, and even a small hospital. John ducked into an alley, slipped on his helmet. I feel like there was a weird sound there on my ass. John ducked into an alley, slipped on his helmet, and pinpointed the blue nav marker. It overlay a cargo tram that silently rolled down the street. There were 3 armed guards riding in the back. The Spartans followed at a discreet distance. John checked his exit routes. Too many people and too many unknowns. Were the people here armed? Would they all engage if fighting started? A few of the people gave him strange looks. It's probably because he's so tall. Once he had his augmentations, he's like he's as tall as a Bigfoot's. Oh shit, we just reached page 100. Page 100 of 435. Would they all engage if fighting started? A few of the people gave him strange looks. Spread out, he whispered to his team. Spread out, he whispered to his team. We look like we're on a parade ground. Kelly stepped up her pace and pulled ahead. I read, picked up her pace. Why did my brain want to read out, pulled behind? Kelly sped up her pace and pulled ahead. Sam fell behind. Fred and Linda drifted to the right and left. The cargo tram turned and made its way slowly through a crowded street. It stopped at a building. The structure was 12 stories tall, with balconies on every floor. John guessed these were the barracks. There were 2 armed guards in white uniforms at the front entrance. The 3 men in the tram got out and carried the crate inside. Kelly glanced at John. He nodded, giving her the go-ahead. She approached the 2 guards, smiling. John knew her smile wasn't friendly. Just like every woman's. John knew every smile wasn't friendly. She was smiling because she was finally getting a chance to put her training to the test. Kelly waved to the guard. Kelly waved to the guard and pulled open the door. He asked her to stop and show her identification. She stepped inside, grabbed his rifle, twisted and dragged him inside with her. The other guard stepped back and leveled his rifle. John sprang at him from behind, grabbed his neck and snapped it, then dragged his limp body inside. The entry room had cinder block walls and a steel door with a swipe card lock. A security camera dangled limply over Kelly's head. The guard she had dragged in lay at her feet. She was already running a cracking program on the lock using her data pad. John retrieved his MA2B and covered her. Fred and Linda entered and slipped out of their coveralls, then donned their helmets. Nav marker is moving, Linda reported. Mark 270, elevation 10 meters, 20, 35, and holding. I'd say that's the top floor. Sam entered, pulled the door shut behind him, and then jammed the lock. All clear out there. The inner door clicked open. Door is open, Kelly said. John, Kelly, and Sam slipped out of their coveralls as Fred and Linda covered them. John activated the motion and thermal displays on his helmet. The target sight glowed as he raised his MA2B. Go, John said. Kelly pushed open the door. Linda stepped in to the right. John entered and took the left. 2 guards were seated behind the lobby's reception desk. Another man, without a uniform, stood in front of the desk, waiting to be helped. Two more uniformed men stood by the elevator. Linda shot at the three near the desk. John eliminated the targets by the elevator. 5 rounds. 5 bodies hit the floor. They gotta say, let the bodies hit the floor. I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4. Fred entered and policed the bodies, dragging them behind the counter. Kelly moved to the stairwell, opened the door, and gave the all-clear signal. The elevator pinged, and its doors opened. They all wheeled, rifles leveled, but the car was empty. It's gonna take like another 5 hours for the cool air of the cool air of the air conditioning to hit me. Ow! Fuck! I put down the energy drink too fast, and it splashed me in the face. What the heck? This is not the liquid I expected to splash me in the face. The elevator pinged, and its doors opened. They all wheeled, rifles leveled, but the car was empty. John exhaled, then motioned them to take the stairs. Kelly took point. Sam brought up the rear. They silently went up 9 double flights of stairs. Kelly halted on the upper landing. She pointed to the interior of the building, then pointed up. John detected faint blurs of heat on the 12th floor. They'd have to pick a better route, a way in that no one would expect. John opened the door. There was an empty hallway, no targets. He went to the elevator doors and pried them open. Then he turned his black suit's cooling elements to mask his thermal signature. The others did the same, and faded from his thermal imaging display. John and Sam climbed up the elevator cable. John glanced down. A 30-meter plunge into darkness. He might survive that fall. His bones wouldn't break, but there would be internal damage, and it would certainly compromise their mission. He tightened his grip on the cable and didn't look down again. What the heck? He's afraid of heights? Then how in the heck is he able to fly banshees and not be spooked? He tightened his grip on the cable and didn't look down again. When they had climbed up the last 3 floors, they braced themselves in the corners by the closed elevator door. Kelly and Fred snaked up the cable after them. They braced in the far corners to overlap their fields of fire. Linda came up last. She climbed as far as she could, hooked her foot on a cross brace, and hung upside down. She's gonna snipe them upside down? Based. Why can't we do this in the game? Why can't we do this in Halo Infinity? John held up 3 fingers, 2, then 1, and then he and Sam silently pulled open the elevator doors. There were 5 guards standing in the room. They wore light body armor and helmets and carried older model HMG 38 rifles. 2 of them turned. Kelly, Fred, and Linda opened fire. The walnut paneling behind the guards became pockmarked with bullet holes and was spattered with blood. The team slid inside the room, moving quickly and quietly. Sam policed the guards' weapons. There were 2 doors. One led to a balcony. The other featured a peephole. Kelly checked the balcony, then whispered over the channel in their helmets. This overlooks the alley behind buildings. Between buildings. This overlooks the alley between buildings. No activity. John checked the nav marker. The blue triangles flashed a position directly behind the other door. Sam Sam and Fred flanked the door. John couldn't get any reading on motion or thermal. The walls were shielded. There were too many unknowns and not enough time. The situation wasn't ideal. They knew there were at least 3 men inside, the ones who had carried the crate upstairs. And there might be more guards. And to complicate the situation, their target had to be taken alive. John kicked the door in. He took in the entire situation at a glance. He was standing on the threshold of I hardly ever see this word, sumptuous. He was standing on the threshold of a sumptuous apartment. There was oh my goodness, my mouth just ate the W sound there. There was a wet bar boasting shelves of amber-filled bottles. A large, round bed dominated the corner, decorated with shimmering silk sheets. Windows on all sides had sheer white curtains. John's helmet automatically compensated for the glare. Red carpet covered the floor. The crate with the cigars and champagne sat in the center of the room. It was black and armored, sealed tight against the vacuum of space. There were 3 men standing behind the armored crate, and 1 man crouched behind them. Colonel Robert Watts, their package. John didn't have a clear shot. If he missed, he could hit the colonel. The 3 men, however, didn't have that problem. They fired. John dove to his feet. He caught 3 rounds in his side, knocking the breath from his body. 1 bullet penetrated his black suit. He felt it ping off his ribs, and pain slashed through him like a red-hot razor. He ignored the wound and rolled to his feet. He had a clear line of fire. He squeezed the trigger once, A 3-round burst caught the center guard in the forehead. Sam and Fred wheeled around the doorframe. Sam high, Fred low. Their silenced weapons coughed, and the remaining pair of guards went down. Watts remained behind the crate. He brandished his pistol. "Stop!" he screamed. "My men are coming! You think I'm alone? You're all dead! Drop your weapons!" John crawled to the wet bar and crouched there. He willed the pain in his... Oh my goodness. I'm having too much fun with the the Colonel Watts voice. He willed the pain inside his stomach to go away. He signaled Sam and Fred and held up 2 fingers, then pointed the fingers over his head. Sam and Fred fired a burst of rounds over Watts. He ducked. John vaulted over the bar and leapt. Fuck. I guess my instinct is to pronounce it leapt, as if it has a T, rather than the ED, which it has here. Leaped. Leaped, not leapt. John vaulted over the bar and leaped onto his quarry. He grabbed the pistol and wrenched it out of his hand, breaking the man's index finger and thumb. John snaked his arm around Watts's neck and choked the struggling man into near unconsciousness. Kelly and Linda entered. Kelly took out a syringe and injected Watts. Oh my goodness, I gotta practice this word. Polypseudomorphine. Okay, that wasn't that hard. Kelly and Linda entered. Kelly took out a syringe and injected Watts. Enough polypseudomorphine to keep him sedated for the better part of a day. Fred fell back to cover the elevator. Sam entered and crouched by the windows, watching the street below for any signs of trouble. For some reason, the way that this building is described reminds me of... I think it's a Forge map in Halo 3. Halo 3 maps. I never played much Halo 3, so I don't quite know the name of the levels by heart. Let's see, I've got a tier list here. It's not Guardian. I think it's this one, the Pit. If it's not the Pit, then it has a similar floor here. like this metal grate kind of pattern. It's not heretic. It's not last resort. It's not cold storage. It's not blackout. It's not epitaph. I don't think. I don't think it's construct, but it could be. Not stand up. Could be rat's nest actually. I think that might be it. Um, but I think like the design of rat's nest and the buildings, or I guess they're not buildings. The structures of rat's nest for some reason, the way that this building here is described in this asteroid reminds me of the look or the feel of rat's nest, which I guess is just it's just like the level in Halo 3 where they ask where the guy asks, is she a commander? Commander Keys, where he asks her, the troops need a rallying point. Where should I send them? And then she says, to war. Ma'am, that's not a rallying point. But yeah, the way that this building here is described, I think it's because I also watched this one machinima by a pretty cool creator named Digital Fear, also known as John CJG. It was the police one. What was that one called? Hard Justice. That one. He has a forge map where he has like the police office building, and I think it takes place on either Rat's Nest or that other one that I was thinking of first. And for some reason, I think because I watched that machinima and because they were in a sort of law enforcement role, and here they have the military, the rebel military. I think I'm just for some reason reminded of that scene. Okay. That R34 Miranda underscores Keys feet. Yes. Oh hey Adkira, when did you get in here? Maybe you should make a model of Miranda Keys and then send it over to this pretty cool machinima director I know, or I mean machine cinema director I know called Digital Fear. He might be appreciative of a Miranda Keys Blender model. Okay, where did we leave off? Near unconsciousness. But, huh? Okay, enough polypseudomorphine to keep him sedated for the better part of the day. Fred fell back, took over the elevator. Sam entered and crouched by the windows, watching the street below for any signs of trouble. Kelly went to John and peeled back his black suit. Her gloves were slick with his blood. The bullet is still inside, she said, and bit her lower lip. There's a lot of internal bleeding. Hang on. She dug a tiny bottle from her belt and inserted the nozzle into the bullet hole. This might sting a little. The self-sealing biofoam filled John's abdominal cavity. It also stung like 100 ants crawling through his innards. That's a pretty cool scene. That's pretty cool that Kelly is filling John's cavity hole from a nozzle, and it's probably filling it up with some white foam-looking stuff. That's a pretty cool description. I wonder if there's any fan art of that. The self-sealing biofoam filled John's abdominal? The self-sealing biofoam filled John's abdominal cavity. It also stung like 100 ants crawling through his innards. She pulled the bottle out and taped it up. She pulled the bottle out and taped up the hole. You're good for a few hours, she said, and then gave him a hand up. Also, it's pretty cool. I didn't know that this book mentioned ants. That's pretty cool because I know of a guy who's kind of like an ant who likes Halo. It's pretty cool, right, Atflick? Still inside, huh? Yeah, if it doesn't exist, then Kiro, I kind of encourage you to use your artistic skills and do a scene that is similar to this, in which Kelly is filling up John with some white whole foam into his abdominal cavity. You're good for a few hours, she said, and then gave him a hand up. John felt shaky. Oh, he's shaky. His knees are trembling from being filled up by Kelly. John felt shaky, but he'd make it. The foam would keep him from bleeding to death and stave off the shock. For a while, at least. Incoming vehicles, Sam announced. 6 men. 6 men entering the building. 2 taking up positions outside, but just the front. Get our package inside that crate and seal it up, John ordered. What the heck? They're gonna put him inside the crate? Oh my goodness, they're gonna suffocate him. He left the room, got his duffel, and went to the balcony. He secured a rope and tossed it down 12 stories into the alley. He rappelled down, took a second to scan the alley for threats, then clicked his throat mic once, the all clear sign. What the heck is a throat mic? Is it like one of those thingies that you tap that's located at your throat for to give the green light? Why is it called a throat mic? Kelly snapped a descent rig on the crate and pushed it off the balcony. It zipped down the line and thudded to a halt at the bottom. A moment later, the rest of the team glided down the rope. They quickly donned their coveralls. Sam and Fred... Wait a second. Okay. Okay, for a second there I had to think, why would they have to take off their coveralls in the first place if they can just pretend that they don't have armor or whatever? But then I thought about it half a millisecond later, and I'm like, oh right, they probably have their equipment and their guns holstered onto their black armor thingy. That's why. That makes sense. They quickly donned their coveralls. Sam and Fred carried the crate as they entered the adjacent building. They exited on the street a half block down and walked as quickly as they could back to the docks. Dozens of uniformed men ran from the dock toward the city. No one challenged them. They re-entered the now deserted public showers. Everyone, check your seals, John said. Sam, you go ring the doorbell. Meet us on the dropship. Sam nodded and sprinted out of the building. Both packs of C-12 looped around his shoulder. John took out the panic button. He triggered the green mode transmission. And tossed it into an empty locker. If they didn't make it out, at least the UNSC fleet would know where to find the rebel base. Your suit is breached, Kelly reminded John. We better get to the ship now, before Sam sets off his fireworks. Linda and Fred checked the seals on the crate and then carried it out. Kelly took point, and John brought up the rear. They boarded the Pelican dropship, and John sized up her armaments, dented and charred armor, a pair of old, out-of-date 40mm chain guns. The rocket pods had been removed. Not much of a warhorse. There was a flash of lightning at the far end of the dock. The thunder roiled the deck and then through John's stomach. That's kind of like when I drink my coffee and then I start doing my jumping jacks. My stomach is all roiled up and thundering with the waves of the 5 gallons of coffees that I just drank. Literally me. The Master Chief is literally me. While John watched a gaping hole materialized in the airlock door amid a cloud of smoke and shattered metal. and shattered metal. Black space loomed beyond. With an ear-splitting roar, the atmosphere held in the docks abruptly transformed into a hurricane. People, crates, and debris were blasted out of the rear tank. The ragged tear. Oops. I combined the word ragged and tear into rear. Oh no. With an ear-splitting roar, the atmosphere held in the docks abruptly transformed into a hurricane. People, crates, and the debris were blasted out of the ragged tear. A gaping hole? Yeah, that's why I had to laugh before I read it. John pulled himself inside the dropship and prepared to seal the main hatch. He watched as emergency doors descended over the breached airlock. There was a second explosion, and the drop door paused, then fell and clattered to the deck, crushing a light transport vessel underneath. Behind them, large bay doors closed, sealing the docks off from the city. Dozens of workers still on the docks ran for their lives, but didn't make it. Sam sprinted across the deck, perfectly safe inside his sealed black suit. He cycled through the Pelican's emergency airlock. "Back door's open," he said with a grin. Kelly fired up the engines. The Pelican lifted, maneuvered through the dock, and then out through the blasted hole and into open space. She pushed the throttle to maximum burn. "Back door's open, huh?" Yeah, he had to just pry it open with a little bit of convincing with some explosive material. She pushed the throttle to maximum burn. Behind them, the insurgent base looked like any other rock in the asteroid belt, but this rock was venting atmosphere and starting to rotate erratically. After 5 minutes at full power, Kelly eased the engines back. "We'll hit the extraction point in 2 hours," she said. "Check on our prisoner," John said. Sam popped open the crate. "The seal's held. Watts is still alive and has a steady pulse," he said. "Good," John grunted. He winced as the throbbing pain in his side increased. "Something bothering you?" Kelly asked. "How's that biofoam holding up?" "It's fine," he said without even looking at the hole in his side. "I'll make it. We'll make it." He knew he should feel elated, but instead he just felt tired. Something didn't sit right about the operation. He wondered about all the dead dock workers and civilians back there. None of them were designated targets, and yet weren't they all rebels on that asteroid? There's no second word, but I kind of feel like that's a good way to read it. None of them were designated targets, and yet weren't they all rebels on that asteroid? On the other hand, it was like the chief said. He had followed his orders, completed his mission, and gotten his people out alive. What more did he want? John stuffed his doubts deep in the back of his mind. "Nothing's wrong," he said, and squeezed Kelly's shoulder. John smiled. "What could be wrong? We won." And that is the end of chapter 10. So it's basically like if he's a the little kitty is sleeping on the bed on my pillow, and she just looks like she's so passed out. It looks so funny. I gotta take a picture. Also, earlier before I started streaming, I was looking for the little kitty. I don't want to say her name in case she wakes up, thinks I'm talking to her. She went into the she went somewhere. I finished taking my shower, and then I saw her leave my room and go toward the kitchen. And then I was doing my entire post shower routine, like cleaning my ears, drying my hair, doing my lotions, and picking out a based outfit. And then I came to my computer to start setting up the stream. Finished making my thumbnail, and all this time, I didn't see the little kitty or hear the little kitty at all. So I was wondering where she was, and I went to go to the kitchen, and then she was on the stove. There was a wok with some rice that we had eaten earlier, and she was eating that rice out of the wok. What the heck? I hope her tummy doesn't get upset from the cooking oil or whatever. Is it okay if cats eat rice? Can they do that? I'm sure it should be okay, right? Can cats eat rice? Yes, cats can eat rice in small amounts. Okay. She she seems like she liked it. Like she liked it, the rice. So that is lucky. But yeah, she was being a little mischievous. I'm starting to get a little hungry. Oh yeah, I took out the sausages and the buns from the freezer so they can thaw out. So that when I take my hungry break, probably in another couple of chapters, then I will be pretty ready to quickly make my foods and quickly come back to continue reading. I am starting to get hungry, but I'm pretty sure I can hold off for another couple chapters if they're short. That one was a pretty long chapter though. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 pages. That might be one of the longest chapters we've had so far. Phew. Also, if you are enjoying this stream and Halo the Fall of Reach and the dramatic voices, or if you think the thumbnail is pretty cool, is it pretty cool me? Don't forget to give the video a like on the YouTubes. Don't forget to give the stream a like on the YouTubes. I gotta find more Halo memes for my thumbnails as I am reading the Halo books. Okay. Chapter 11. 0600 hours. November 2nd, 2525. A military calendar. Epsilon Eridani System. Reach UNSC Military Complex. Planet Reach. Reach City. John wondered who had died. The Spartans had only been called to muster in their dress uniforms only once before. Funeral detail. The Purple Heart awarded to him after his last mission glistened on his chest. He made sure it was polished to a high sheen. It stood out against the black wool of his dress jacket. Occasionally, John would look at it and make sure it was... He's just like me, for real, for real. Occasionally, John would look at it and make sure it was still there. I don't know if this story is sad or cute or both, but never really had too much money for toys or anything. But sometimes after school, when I was at like maybe 4th grade, 5th grade. I would go to this one store to get some Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and I would get like maybe 1 or 2 booster packs, and it'd be pretty cool. And then I'd add them to my deck. Or I guess not. It's not really a deck. It's like a collection of cards. I still have them all too. They're somewhere in my mess of boxes that I have stuffed under the bed because there's nowhere to put it. But like for the next couple of days and stuff, and even the night of, and even after I had gotten home, after having mixed up my new cards from my booster packs into my collection, I would constantly keep I would constantly keep shifting through my cards to look at my collection and to make sure that the cards I had just gotten were still there. I just gotta make sure they didn't, get up and walk away while I was eating or playing Lord of the Rings, the Third Age on GameCube. Always gotta make sure that they're still there, that they didn't disappear or they didn't get stolen by the other kids at school even before I had gone back to school yet. So that's why he's like me, for real, for real. I think I used to do basically the same thing with Pokemon cards. Back in the day, back 10 years earlier when I was still into the Pokemon cards. Occasionally, John would look at it and make sure it was still there. He sat in the 3rd row of the amphitheater and faced the center platform. The other Spartans sat quietly on the concentric rings of risers. Spotlights flicked on the empty stage. He had been in Reach's secure briefing chamber before. This is where Dr. Halsey had told them that they were going to be soldiers. This is where his life had changed, and he had been given a purpose. Chief Mendez Chief Mendez entered the room and marched to the center platform. He, too, wore his black dress uniform as well. His chest was covered with silver and bronze stars, 3 purple hearts, and red Legion of Honor. And 3. Oh no, that's not 3. That's the. Those are entire. What happened? You hear something? Patches is looking out of my room, out of the doorway. Hello? Well, you hear something? Give me a second, I gotta go check just to make sure. It kind of sucks that like my instinct is to point my firearms down toward the ground. But because I have kitties, I have to point it up. And so my instinct is the wrong decision as I'm clearing the house. Okay. I don't know what Patches was listening to, but she heard something. Okay, where were we? Chief Mendez, and the word was the, not 3. Chief Mendez entered the room and marched. Chief Mendez entered the room and marched to the center platform. He, too, wore his black dress uniform as well. His chest was covered with silver and bronze stars, 3 Purple Hearts, the Red Legion of Honor Award, and a rainbow of campaign ribbons. He had recently shaved his head. Okay, 2 things. 1. Rainbow. Whoa, so progressive. And 2. He shaved his head? He's ashamed of the gray hairs, or he's ashamed of the balding. The Spartans stood. The Spartans rose and stood at attention. Dr. Halsey entered. She looked older to John. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and mouth were more pronounced, streaks of gray in her dark hair. But her blue eyes were as sharp as ever. She wore gray slacks, a black shirt, and her glasses hung about her neck on a gold chain. Vice Admiral on deck, Mendez announced. They all snapped straighter. They all snapped straighter. A man 6 years Dr. Halsey's senior strode to the stage. His short silver hair looked like a steel helmet. His gait had a strange lope to it, what crewmen called spacewalk, from spending too much time in microgravity. He wore a simple, unadorned black dress. UNSC uniform. No medals or campaign ribbons. The insignia on his forearm of his jacket, however, was unmistakable. The rank of Vice Admiral. "At ease, Spartans," he said. "I'm Vice Admiral Stanforth." The Spartans took their seats in unisons. The Spartans took their seats in unison. Dust swirled on stage and collected into the robed figure. Dust swirled on stage and collected into a robed figure. Its face was obscured within the shadows of its hood. Hood? Is it Lord Hood? "Master Chief, mind telling me what you're doing on that ship?" Its face was obscured within the shadows of its hood. John could discern no hands at the end of its sleeves. "And this is Beowulf," Vice Admiral Stanforth said as he gestured to the ghostly creature. Stanforth's voice was calm, but distaste was evident on his face. "He is our AI attaché with the Office of Naval Intelligence." He turned away from the AI. Is this the AI speaking? No, it's not. It's still Stanforth. "We have several important issues to cover this morning, so let's get started." The lights dimmed. An amber sun appeared in the center of the room, with 3 planets in close orbit. "This is Harvest," he said. "Population of approximately 3 million. Although on the periphery of UNSC-controlled space, this world is one of our more productive and peaceful colonies." Okay, I did not see the end quotation there. I was going to keep reading in his voice. The holographic view zoomed in on the surface of the world and showed grasslands and forests and 1,000 lakes swarming with schools of fish. "As of military calendar, February 3rd, at 1423 hours, the Harvest orbital platform made long-range radar contact with this object." A blurry outline appeared over the stage. Spectroscopic analysis proved inconclusive, Vice Admiral Stanforth said. "The object is constructed of material unknown to us." A molecular absorption absorption graph appeared on the side screen. Spikes and jagged lines indicating the relative proportions of elements. Beowulf raised a cloak arm, and the image darkened. The words "classified, eyes only" appeared over the blackened data. Vice Admiral Stanforth shot a glare at the AI. "Contact Harvest," he continued, "was lost shortly thereafter. The Colonial Military Administration sent the scout ship Argo to investigate. That ship arrived in system on April 20th, but other than a brief transmission to confirm their exit slipstream position, no further reports were made. In response, Fleet Command assembled a battle group to investigate. The group consisted oh no. This is one of those voices where I'm trying to be a little too hard and it actually hurts my throat a little bit, but I should be okay. No biggie. In response, Fleet Command assembled a battle group to investigate. The group consisted of the destroyer Hercules, commanded by how do you say this name? Veretti? The group consisted of the destroyer Hercules, commanded by Captain Verity, as well as the frigates Arabia and Vostok. They entered the Epsilon Indi? Is it Indi or Indi? I imagine it's Indi, like plural of India or something like that. We'll go with Indi, since I've been saying Eridani for the Eridanus system. They entered the Epsilon Indi system on October 7th and discovered the following. The holograph of the planet Harvest changed. The lush fields and rolling hills transformed, morphing into a cratered, barren desert. Thin gray sunlight reflected off a glassy crust. Heat wavered from the surface. Isolated regions glowed red. This is what was left of the colony. The Vice Admiral paused for a moment to stare at the image, and then continued. We assume that all inhabitants are lost. 3 million lives lost. John couldn't fathom the raw force it had taken to kill so many. For a moment, he was torn between horror and envy. He glanced at the purple heart pinned to his chest and remembered his lost comrades. How did one simple bullet wound... Rippy-dippy. I kind of hate it when I'm reading like that and then the word is at the end of the line, but then it continues in a way that I don't expect it in the following line. How did one simple bullet wound compare with so many wasted lives? He was suddenly no longer proud of it. He was suddenly no longer proud of the decoration. And this is what the Hercules battle group found in orbit, Vice Admiral Stanforth told them. The blurry outline that was still visible, hanging in the air, sharpened into crisp focus. It looked smooth and organic, and the hull possessed an odd opalescent sheen. It looked more like the carapace of an exotic insect than the metal hull of a spacecraft. Recessed into the aft section were pods that pulsed with a purple-white glow. The prow of the craft was swollen like the head of a whale. John thought it possessed an odd, predatory beauty. The unidentified vessel, the Vice Admiral said, launched an immediate attack against our forces. Blue flashes strobed from the ship. Red motes of light then appeared along its hull. Bolts of energy coalesced into a fiery smear against the blackness of space. The deadly flashes of light impacted on the Arabia, splashed across its hull. Its meter of armor plating instantly boiled away, and a plume of ignited atmosphere burst from the breach in the ship's hull. Those were pulse lasers, Vice Admiral Stanforth explained. And, if this record is to be believed, some kind of self-guided, superheated plasma weapon. The Heracles? The Heracles and Vostok launched salvos of missiles toward the craft. The enemy's lasers shot half before they reached their target. The balance of the missiles impacted, detonated into blossoms of fire, then quickly faded. The strange ship shimmered with a semi-transparent silver coating. Which then vanished. I like the alliteration there of the S and the SH sound. Strange ship shimmered, semi-transparent silver coating. It vanished. That's a good sentence. They also seem to have some reflective energy shield. Vice Admiral Stanforth took a deep breath, and his features hardened into a mask of grim resolve. The Vostok and Arabia were lost with all hands. The Heracles jumped out of the system, but due to the damage she sustained, it took several weeks for Captain Verity to make it back to Reach. These weapons and defensive systems are currently beyond our technology. Therefore, this craft is of non-human origin, just like the article we read earlier today. He paused, then added, the product of a race with technology far in advance of our own. A murmur buzzed through the chamber. We have, of course, developed a number of first contact scenarios, the Vice Admiral continued, and Captain Verity followed our established protocols. We had hoped that contact with a new race would be peaceful. Obviously, this was not the case. The alien vessel did not open fire until our task force attempted to initiate communications. He paused, considering his words. Fragments of the enemy's transmission were intercepted, he continued. A few words have been translated. We believe they call themselves the Covenant. However, before opening fire, the alien ship broadcast the following message in the clear. He gestured to Beowulf, who nodded. A moment later, a voice thundered from the amphitheater speakers. John stiffened in his seat when he heard it. The voice from the speakers sounded odd, artificial, strangely calm and formal, but laden with rage and menace. Your destruction is the will of the gods, and we are their instrument. John was awestruck. He stood. Yes, Spartan, Stanforth said. Sir, this is a translation. No, the Vice Admiral replied. They broadcast this to us in our language. We believe they use some kind of translation system to prepare the message, but it means they've been studying us for some time. John took his seat. As of... Isn't it in... Don't some people use that as a meme? Where the prophet of truth, is it? He says, I am its instrument. Gotta go look up some of those memes. Your destruction is the will of the gods, and we are, and I am their instrument. Okay. I guess I'll just go look it up on YouTube. Try to get a. I might get copy strike for the Halo music, but we'll see. Oh, he plays this during Rat's Nest. Okay. Okay. Ow!
You vermin. Cowering
You vermin.
in the dirt, thinking, what, I wonder, that you might escape the coming fire? No, your world will burn until its surface is but glass, and not even your demon will live to creep, blackened from its hole to mar the reflection of our passage, the culmination of our journey. For your destruction is the will of the gods, and I am their instrument.
I am their instrument. He doesn't sound particularly... How is it described here? The voice from the speaker sounded odd, artificial, strangely calm and formal, but laden with rage and menace. That's gonna have to be a meme that I pull up from time to time now, where I say, I am its instrument. Okay, we believe they use some kind of translation system to prepare the message, but it means they've been studying us for some time. John took his seat. As of November 1st, the UNSC has been ordered to full alert, Stanford said. Vice Admiral Preston Cole is mobilizing the largest fleet action in human history to retake the Epsilon Indi system and confront this new threat. Their transmission made one thing perfectly clear. They're looking for a fight. Only years of military discipline kept John rooted to his seat. Otherwise, he would have stood up and asked to volunteer on the spot. Volunteer? Bruh, you're already serving. What the heck? He would have given anything to go to... I thought it said to go to the fight, but it says go and fight. He would have given anything to go and fight. This was the threat he and the other Spartans had been training for all their lives. He was certain of it. Not scattered rebels, pirates, or political dissidents. Because of this UNSC-wide mobilization, Vice Admiral Stanford continued, your training schedule will be accelerated to its final... How did I say accelerated? Did I put the emphasis on the end? Because of this UNSC-wide mobilization, Vice Admiral Stanford continued, your training schedule will be accelerated to its final phase, Project Mjolnir. He stepped away from the podium and clasped his hands behind his back. To that end, I'm afraid I have another unpleasant announcement. Oh my god, that one hurt my throat there. He turned to the chief. Chief Petty Officer Mendez will be leaving us to train the next group of Spartans. Chief. John grabbed the edge of the riser. Chief Mendez had always been there for them, the only constant in the universe. Vice Admiral Stanford might as well have told him that Reach was leaving the Epsilon Eridani system. The chief stepped to the podium and clasped... The chief stepped to the podium and clasped its edges. Recruits, he said, soon your training will be complete, and you will graduate to the rank of Petty Officer 2nd Class in the UNSC. One of the first things you will learn is that change is part of a soldier's life. You will make and lose friends. You will move. This is part of the job. He looked at his audience. His dark eyes rested on each... His dark eyes rested on each one of them. He nodded, seemingly satisfied with what he saw. The Spartans are the finest group of soldiers I have ever trained, he said. It has been a privilege to train you. Never forget what I've tried. Never forget what I've tried to teach you. Duty, honor, and sacrifice for the greater good of humanity are the qualities. Oh my goodness. I took a pause there, but that was not the place. Never forget what I have tried to teach you. Duty, honor, and sacrifice for the greater good of humanity are the qualities that make you the best. He was silent for a moment, searching for more words. But finding none, he stood at attention and saluted. "Attention!" John barked. The Spartans rose as one and saluted the chief. "Dismissed, Spartans," Chief Mendes said. "And good luck." He finished his salute. The Spartans snapped down their arms. They hesitated and then reluctantly filed out of the amphitheater. John stayed behind. He had to talk to Chief Mendes. Dr. Halsey spoke briefly with the chief and the vice admiral. Then she and the vice admiral laughed together. Uh-oh, what are they going to do together? Beowulf backed toward the far wall and faded away like a ghost. I think that the AC is hitting me now. I'm getting kind of cold. Why can't the weather just be... Why can't the weather just be good? Why can't it just be reasonable? Raisin nibble. Somebody should make an atmosphere for a planet where the temperature and the conditions are perfect for every single individual who lives there. Alternatively, someone should design a thingy that kind of like goes around your body that you wear, that has its own controlled climate. It's set to your own perfect preferred settings. And it's kind of green, and it has a shield, and it has a yellow visor and a helmet, and the suit also jacks you off. Where were we? Up here. Beowulf backed toward the far wall and faded away like a ghost. The chief gathered his hat, spotted John, and walked to him. He nodded to the hologram? The halogram? He nodded to the hologram of the scorched colony, Harvest, still rotating in the air. One final lesson, petty officer, he said. What tactical options do you have when attacking a stronger opponent? Sir, John said, there are two options. Attack swiftly and with full force at their weakest point. Take them out quickly before they have a chance to respond. Good, he said. And the other option? Fall back, John replied. Engage in guerrilla actions or get reinforcements. The chief sighed. Those are the correct answers, he said, but it may not be enough to be correct this time. Sit, please. John sat, and the chief settled next to him. I don't know why this one sentence is just one sentence. I can't get through it. It hurts. My brain is too rattled. John sat, and the chief settled next to him on the riser. There's a third option. The chief turned his hat over in his head. The chief turned his hat over in his hands, an option that others may eventually consider. Sir? Surrender, the chief whispered. That, however, is never an option for the likes of you and me. We don't have the luxury of backing down. He glanced up at Harvest, a glittering ball of glass, and I doubt that an enemy like this will let us surrender. I think I understand, sir. Make sure you do, and make sure you don't let anyone else give up. He gazed into the shadows beyond the center platform. Project Mjolnir will make the Spartans into something new. Something I could never forge them into. I can't fully explain. That damned Oni spook is still here listening. Just trust Dr. Halsey. The chief dug into his pocket. For some reason, in my mind, I thought it was gonna say pocket knife, but that's not what it says. The chief dug into his jacket pocket. I was hoping to see you before they shipped me out. I have something for you. He set a small metal disc on the riser between them. When you first came here, the chief said, you fought the trainers when they took this away from you. Broke a few fingers, as I recall. His chiseled features cracked into a rare smile. John picked up the disc and examined it. It was an ancient silver coin. He flipped it between his fingers. It has an eagle on one side, Mendez said. That bird is like you, fast and deadly. John closed his fingers around the quarter. Thank you, sir. He wanted to say that. Oh my god! I almost choked on my my throat clearing. He wanted to say that he was strong and fast because the chief had made him so. He wanted to tell him that he was ready to defend humanity against this new threat. He wanted to say that without the chief, he would have no purpose, no integrity, and no duty to perform. But John didn't have the words. He just sat there. Mendez stood. It's been an honor to serve with you. Instead of saluting, he held out his hand. John got to his feet. He took the chief's hand and they shook. It took a great deal of effort. Every instinct screamed at him to salute. Goodbye, Chief Mendez said. He turned briskly on his heel and strode from the ruin. The ruin? He turned briskly on his heel and strode from the room. John never saw him again. And that is the end of chapter 12. He was trained with the sword and the spear and the gun, not with the words, so he doesn't know how to talk to him. He doesn't possess the words. He doesn't possess the skill of communication. The only way he can communicate is by killing. By killing and being a leader on the field of battle. That's his only language. And if the Halo TV show is to be believed, he can fuck, apparently. I'm getting a little bit more hungry, but I think I kind of want to read one more chapter before I take my break to go make my hot dogs. Actually, let me go check real quick if they're fully thawed out or if I gotta go help assist them a little bit. I will be back in like 2 seconds. Okay, everything is good. My wieners are soft, and my buns are warm. So I'll go ahead. I think I'll read another chapter or two, depending on how long they are, and then I'll take a breaks. What's up, Arby? What's up, buddy? Okay. Chapter 12. 1750 hours. November 27th, 2525. Military calendar. UNSC frigate Commonwealth en route to the UNSC Damascus materials. En route to the UNSC Damascus Materials Testing Facility, planet Chi Ceti 4. Is that how that's supposed to be pronounced? Chi Ceti? Ceti. Ceti. I assume it's Chi Ceti. Or is it Chi Keti? En route to the UNSC Damascus Materials Testing Facility, planet Chi Ceti 4. Oh no, the hunger just hit me right now. It's probably because I went to go see the sausages, and now that image is still in my head, and so I want it right now. I want the hot dog, I want the wieners in my mouth. The view screen in the bunk room of the UNSC frigate Commonwealth clicked on as the ship entered normal space. Ice particles showered the external camera and gave the distant yellow sun, Chi Ceti, a ghostly ring. John watched and continued to ponder the word Mjolnir as they sped in system. He had looked it up in the education database. Mjolnir was the hammer used by the Norse god of thunder. Project Mjolnir had to be some kind of weapon. At least, he hoped it was. They needed something to fight the Covenant. If it was a weapon, though, why was... If it was a weapon, though, why was it here at the Damascus testing facility, on the very edge of UNSC-controlled space? He had only even heard of this system 24 hours ago. He turned and surveyed the squad. Although this bunk room had 100 beds, the Spartans still clustered together, playing cards, polishing boots, reading, exercising. They can read? What the heck? Sam sparred with Kelly, although she had to slow herself down considerably to give him a chance. John was reminded that he didn't like being on starships. The lack of control was disturbing. I find your lack of control disturbing. If he wasn't stuck in the freezer, the starship's cramped, unpleasant cryochamber, he was left waiting and wondering what their next mission would be. During the last 3 weeks, the Spartans had handled a variety of minor missions for Dr. Halsey. Tying up loose ends, she had called it, putting down rebel factions on Jericho 7, removing a black market bazaar near the Roosevelt military base. Each mission had brought them closer to the Chi Ceti system. John had made sure every member of his squad had oh my goodness. That one part of the sentence is just scrolling with me. John made sure every part of his squad had participated in these missions. They had performed flawlessly. There had been no losses. Chief Mendez would have been so proud of them. Chief Mendez would have been proud of them. I think I put the so there because the paragraph starts with the letter S. There had been no losses. Chief Mendez would have been proud of them. Spartan 117, Dr. Halsey's voice blared over the loudspeaker. "Report to the bridge immediately." John snapped to attention and keyed the intercom. "Yes, ma'am." He turned to Sam. "Get everyone ready, in case we're needed. On the double." "Affirmative," Sam said. "You heard the petty officer. Dog those cards. Get in uniform, soldier." John double-timed it to the elevator and punched the code for the bridge. He punched it. He's gonna break it. Oh, fuck. I'm getting too hunky. How long is this chapter? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 pages. Okay, I can tough it out. I am as strong as a Spartan as I am reading this. My tummy is made of iron, and I can endure the pains of the tummy. The tummy pains are no match for me. Fuck. Oh no. I'm actually super... Okay, no, I gotta go take a break. I gotta eat right now. Me is too hungry. The hungry is too strong. The tummy is the enemy, and it is the instrument of my destruction. Okay, I will be back in a couple of minutes. And I think as I am eating, we will listen to the Bigfoots story. So give me a couple of minutes. Don't forget, if you are enjoying the stream, press the like button on YouTube. Don't forget you can support me at the following links. And there on Twitch, on YouTube, and here on Twitch. And those are good ways to support me and my work. I will be right back. Try not to be classed by the Covenant, these spooky aliens who were described earlier. And try not to fall for the aliens either, because I know there are people who are like that out there. Be right back. Real quick, I will be ending here the stream on Twitch, and I will be moving Ogre to Kick when I get back. Continue. So if you're on Twitch, you can click the YouTube link there to keep watching on YouTube, or you can click on the Kick link to keep watching on Kick. And I will continue. I will now resume with my break. Be right back. I'm back, bitches. Jeez. I typically only make 2 hot dogs, but this time I made 3, so that I can, because I'm super duper hungry, and so that we can hopefully spend a little bit more time with the Bigfoots, listening to some Bigfoots. Because I'm pretty sure I would just super quickly eat 2, and we'd only listen to the Bigfoots for like 5 minutes, and with 3, I might take my time on the 3rd one, because by that point I'm probably gonna start feeling full, and I'm gonna slow down. I might not even finish the 3rd one, but we will see. Let's see if I can get the camera here. Here, look at my hot dogs. Look at my hot dogs. This is the first time, I think, where I've made it pretty okay, and like I neither fucked up the ketchup nor the mustard too much. Typically, I always mess up one or both of them, because whatever is left in the container splashes out like diarrhea, and it gets all watery and stuff. Or I push it out too early or too late compared to what I expected, and so it ends up going onto the bread or on the plate instead. And thus I got 2 little tomatoes. They're not little tomatoes. They're not cherry tomatoes, but they're pretty small. Cause I'm a weirdo who eats them like fruitses. Okay, so I'm gonna mute myself, and we're gonna listen to the Bigfoots. I'm not gonna have anything to look at, so I'll just leave it on screen. But you can look at my background, I suppose. What's the current background? Pink mountains. Okay, so we left off on this episode where this former military guy, combat veteran, he has PTSD. He doesn't like people. He went out to get some land in the middle of nowhere. He was going to build a house there, but he's in like an RV or something, some kind of a vehicle, and he keeps getting trolled at night. He thinks they're kids who used to come drink here, but then he sees a monster. As the sun is rising, he sees the silhouette of a monster. Let's go back a couple of minutes and pick up from there. Okay. Spooky Bigfoots times.
Something, it was just a desperate stream over and over and over again. So I took a deep breath and I prepared myself.
Right. He says that it sounds like a woman being tortured, right as the sun's coming up, I believe. So let's go back a little bit earlier, just so we can catch the entire context for that.
I hadn't seen anything, hadn't heard anything, so I went back into the trailer. I get into bed and I'm laying there for a while and not hearing anything, listening for everything. I can hear crickets outside, so I'm thinking, okay, there's nothing out there. And I fell asleep, and about 4:30, I heard the bang of something heavy on metal again. And I jumped up, threw my pistol in my holster, grabbed my M4, and I ran to the door and I waited. And when I heard the bang again, I was ready to jump out, and then I heard what I thought was a woman screaming. Only it was really, really loud. It sounded like it was coming from right outside the door of the trailer. In my head, it sounded like a woman who was in severe pain or being brutally attacked or something. It was just a desperate scream over and over and over again. So I took a deep breath and I prepared myself, and whenever I threw open the door of the fifth wheel, I was at a run. And the door to the fifth wheel is about 30 to 40 feet from where this big hole is in the ground. I've got a combat sling on my M4. I've got the Surefire up on the handguards of the M4, and I'm aiming in the direction of the pit as I'm running up there. As I'm running up there, I can identify there's 2 shapes that I can see on the far side of the pit, which would have been, well, it was about 30 feet from one side to the other. One of them is quite large. All I'm seeing is dark shapes. This is about 4:30 in the morning. The sun is just starting to lighten again with the coming of the sun. One large shape, very tall, very big, massive, and then another shorter shape, but it was really long. And I'm not identifying what it is that I'm seeing. I run up to the edge of the pit before my brain tells me to hit the brakes. I hit the brakes, and I'm seeing this before I actually arrive and stop. And my brain is having trouble processing what it is that I'm seeing. The only word that comes to mind were beasts. I've heard the term monsters used, great apes. These were just giant, massive beasts. The one that was shorter appeared shorter because it was laying on the ground. But the way it was laying, I registered later, wasn't laying the way a person would lay on the ground, where your whole body is laying on the ground. It had one hand beneath it, and it was on its toes, and it was looking like it was reaching down into the hole. In the time it took me to run from the camper to the hole was only a few seconds, and it had sprung back up onto its feet. Now, my M4 and my flashlight are pointing right at these two things, and they both let out this noise. It almost looked cartoonish. They slightly bent at the waist, like they're throwing their voices at me. And it was somewhere between a scream and a roar. But when it hit me, I felt this sense of fear. And I had felt fear before. I had been in combat situations plenty of times. And I had felt fear before. The feeling that came over me that you and I had talked about was, my body wanted to void itself of everything. I felt instantly nauseated, like I wanted to throw up, to I wanted to urinate, and I wanted to defecate. And I think had I eaten anything right before I'd gone to bed, I probably would have. While all that is going on, I'm also feeling extremely fatigued, almost like percussion fatigue. Like if you're shooting your gun a lot, the percussion of a high caliber gun can sometimes, just beat on you. Or if you've been to like a lot of concerts and stood too close to the bass or the amplifiers or things, it just kind of beats on you. So I felt this feeling of fatigue, like all I want to do is lay down right here, regardless of what's going on, and just go to sleep. I don't care what happens. I just want to go to sleep. Their roar scream lasted 3 or 4 seconds, and my weapon.
It was just there are two sleepings demons, and they threw their sleepings attack, their sleepings shockwave at him. It's kind of like supersonic in Pokemon, but instead of it confusing you, it puts you to sleepings.
Was still pointing at them, and the creature I don't want to make it sound like they were on my left, right side, or my right side. They were ahead of me, but there was one on the right and one on the left. And the one on the left went into this stance like it was getting ready to take 3 or 4 steps and then jump across the hole and attack me. And in my brain, I'm thinking it could probably make it. And if it gets on this side of this hole, I'm going to be toast. In my peripheral, with the light of the Surefire flashlight I was using, in my peripheral, I can see movement down inside the hole. So I took a quick glance down, and there was another creature down in the hole that was a lot smaller. It was maybe 4 feet tall. While all this is going on, I have another sense that to my left on the far side, I have the trailer with the backhoe on it on my left-hand side. And I can sense movement and hear movement on the far side of the backhoe moving toward the rear of me. And I'm thinking, if there's another one over there, it's coming around behind me, and they're going to have me trapped in here, and I'm about to get killed. I don't know. I don't remember identifying. They're going to beat me to death. They're going to rip me limb for limb. I've never seen anything like these things before. So, anything is possible. The mindset that I was in at the moment, or from the time I got out of the military to where I'm at this big plot of acreage with a big hole in it, where I'm going to build a home for my wife and I, and I'm out here to get away from people. I don't like people. I don't understand them, and they don't understand me, is my mindset. I had lost a lot of friends in the military. I had lost a lot of friends to suicide after the military. And I was in a mindset where I really didn't care if I lived or died. People that have suffered depression get to that point, and you may have talked to
He basically said to the Bigfoots, "I'm ready. How about you?"
people like this in the past. I really could care less if I die or if I stay alive. So I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to die tonight. This is it. So I took a stance like, okay, if we're going to do this, we're going to do this. And I got this idea that I'm going to point my gun at the creature in the hole, because that's the smallest one. I know I could probably take that one out. They're going to take me in a rush anyway. So I'm not going down without fighting. And I'm going to start with the weakest and work my way to the strongest. When I brought the barrel of the M4 down from the two that were across from me down into the hole, the one who looked like he was getting ready to jump over the pit let out this growl. this really low, loud growl that started. It felt like you hear people, whenever you yell something, yell from the sternum. This was somewhere below the sternum. This thing started, and it just kind of boiled up and rolled out, and it was a loud growl. I've never heard anything like it, and it made me freeze for a moment. My barrel's pointing down. The creature, the beast that's on the other side of the hole that was to the right, put its hand out onto the shoulder of the other one, almost like it's saying, "Stop, don't do anything." In my mind later, I thought that may have been a sibling or a parent of the small one in the hole, because it's trying to get the other one not to do anything that's going to cause me to shoot it. So at that point, it puts its hand on the one next to it. I no longer hear movement from my left on the far side of the backhoe. I glance down in the hole. The thing that's down there is still jumping and trying to reach the edge of the hole so that it could get out. I thought to myself, maybe they're aggressive toward me because I'm a threat to the little one. So I took the barrel of my gun and I just moved it while I'm watching the two on the far side. I just moved it off the little one, maybe a foot to the right of the one that was in the hole. And then we just sat there staring at each other for what seemed like hours, but it was really only maybe 20 seconds. The one on the right that had been already down on the ground before, keeping its eyes on me, dropped back down onto the ground, reached down into the hole, grabbed the reaching arm of the one that was in the hole and just kind of threw it out of the hole so that it landed behind him and stood back up again. And then they're just sitting there staring at me and I'm staring at them. I did not make any move to move the barrel of my gun again. I did not bring it back up onto them. What I was threatening, I was no longer threatening. And I thought, if they attack me, I'm still in a position where I can put it on semi and just start pulling the trigger as fast as I can. If they don't, then they don't. And they started.
I'm getting some pretty serious deja vu from listening to this one. I believe that there's another episode with a totally different guy who's working on like this remote lumberyard kind of thing, where basically this exact same thing happened. So I'm not sure if this is the same one that I'm thinking of, but I just watched it from the other channel. Because this is basically identical. I think the title for that other one that I'm thinking of is Terror at the Job Site. This one's called The Standoff. But I think what I hear, it must be this one. There's no way. It 100% has to be this one that I heard before, but from the other channel, and so that's why it's not here as that's why this one isn't marked as red. And I don't think I remember when I last heard this exact same story. I don't think I remember the guy being military. I thought what happened was that it was a different guy who was working on this lumber yard in between like these two mountains. So it's like in the middle of this valley, and so it's hard to get there. You had to drive there. And he's like working by himself at nighttime or early in the morning, and he hears something, and then he runs into this situation that he mentioned with the little one in the hole, and then there's two other ones outside trying to help him, and he points the gun at them. But now that I think about it, it has to be this exact same one, because I do remember I remember when I last heard the story. I remember the guy saying that he heard metal sounds banging, but I was under the impression that he was just camping out there. So maybe I just have my my crosses, my mind crisscrossed and then mixed up. What the other one might be, the terror on the job site. What that one might be is where the guy, he's working at the lumberyard, or like I remember him mentioning specifically that they're like corrugated sheet metal, around the job site, and he's on like a forklift or something. And I think he said that, I don't remember if it was something, a creature was approaching him or a creature was throwing rocks at him as he was working. And I remember in that other story, the job site, when was it the job sites? Either another employee there or the job site manager had like a crossbow that they kept there on site, and so he considered going toward it. And then I think later the creature retreated back into the darkness. I think he mentioned he had a thermal on it, and he could see the top of this creature's head next to a tree. He could see where the head was way taller than where any person would realistically be, and so that in addition to whatever the interaction was, that spooked him, and so he stopped showing up to work there, and he quit. So yeah, so okay, I think I've reconfigured, recalibrated my brain to the proper story. So I had definitely heard this one before, but no, it's unlucky, but it's okay. Oh, I'll keep listening to it regardless.
Backing up slowly, and they got about 15 feet. I'm a threat to the little one. So I took the barrel of my gun and I just moved it while I'm watching the two on the far side. I just moved it off the little one, maybe a foot to the right of the one that was in the hole. And then we just sat there staring at each other for what seemed like hours, but it was really only maybe 20 seconds. The one on the right that had been already down on the ground before, keeping its eyes on me, dropped back down onto the ground, reached down into the hole, grabbed the up reaching arm of the one that was in the hole and just kind of threw it out of the hole so that it landed behind him and stood back up again. And then they're just sitting there staring at me and I'm staring at them. I did not make any move to move the barrel of my gun again. I did not bring it back up onto them. What I was threatening, I was no longer threatening. And I thought, if they attack me, I'm still in a position where I can put it on semi and just start pulling the trigger as fast as I can. If they don't, then they don't. And they started backing up slowly. And they got about 15 feet of backing up and they turned around and just walked. They didn't run, they just walked back toward the tree line, which was about 50 yards beyond where we were. I glance over to my left thinking that I want to catch a sight of the one that was over there. And it's no longer on the side of the backhoe. Now it's over near where I parked my truck, which was between the backhoe and the hole. And it was watching me. And once I could no longer see the two other ones and the little one, the big one that was watching me from over top of the truck started backing up and got no noise, backed up to where I could no longer see it. I sat there for a few seconds, and then I shined my flashlight up to where the two had been, and then back over to where my truck was to see if I could catch sight of any of them anymore, and they were gone. Then I went and started throwing everything. I went back into the camper. The sun was on its way up, and I started packing up my stuff, and I was going to get out of there, and that was the end of that.
Yeah, I really admired the way you handled it. I think it's impressive, really. I always say if you want to get shot, put a gun in someone's hands who's scared or nervous, you're probably going to get shot. And I'm really amazed by the way you handled the situation. And as I was sitting there listening to it, I was sitting there thinking, here's a guy that has PTSD, went out in the woods to avoid everyone and try and self-heal, which I admire. And then now you're in this situation. And all the bad stuff that happened to you in the war and all the time you spent in the service and all the stuff you're dealing with now, it's ironic that that skill set probably saved your life. Do you think having that skill set puts you in a better position to deal with this? Not that anyone really knows how to deal with a situation like this.
No, I think that people that have been in situations, I mean, anybody can say, oh yeah, well, I would do this to a person or I would do that to a person. You have it or you don't. And if you do have it and you've had to do it on multiple occasions, you're hoping to find another solution so that you don't have to. Nobody who's ever killed, well, I mean, serial killers probably do, but people that have had to kill don't cherish it. They don't relish it. They don't talk about it. It's something they would just as soon forget and hope to God they never have to do again. I wasn't looking to kill something if I wasn't in danger. Now, my sense of danger may be higher. I did not see or perceive at that moment that I was in danger, but whenever I felt like I was in danger, I decided I'm taking as many of them out as I can. I'm not going down without a fight. And this is probably the end of it. Okay, that's the end of it. But if I can avoid conflict, I'm going to. But if it comes to where I think there's going to be conflict, I'm going to make sure there's good conflict. I'm going to make them remember today. I didn't think that I had stood a chance of winning, but I also know where to aim, at least on a person, to put them down and put them down quick so you can move on to the next target. I don't feel that I was any more brave because I was ready to crap my pants. I was ready to throw up and throw in the towel. But I felt that feeling plenty of times before in combat situations. I don't know too many people that have been in combat situations where they didn't feel that level of fear. But you have to continue to function, otherwise you're toast.
So you step out of the trailer and you have your light and you have your gun and everything, and there's these two hulking creatures there standing. Can you kind of describe the first two that you saw?
They were very similar in size and very similar in the way that they looked. I would say that they were between 8 and 9 feet tall. Their shoulders were easily 4 feet wide, easily. The one that was standing on the left was a dark brown chestnut color. I say that because I recall whenever I would see horses, I don't know horses, but whenever I would see horses on TV, my dad or my wife who know horses would say, yeah, that's a chestnut color. So it was a chestnut color. It had hair from the top of its head all the way down to its feet. I don't remember if it was like a hobbit and had hair on the top of its feet. The hair looked like it was about 4, maybe 5 inches long, all over its body.
Okay, the good news is I finished all 3 of my hot dogs. The bad news is I only ate 1 of the tomatoes. But that's okay. Save the other one for a snack for later. Okay, kill this. Bring a Galo back up. Okay, my voice might be a little wrecked now that my throat has some ketchup and mustard. But I think we'll be okay. No biggie. Okay, so we are on chapter 12. They are on the UNSC frigate Commonwealth, and they're heading toward planet Chi 34 to grab the Mjolnir project, which John hopes is a weapon. And then Dr. Halsey calls for Spartan 117. Oh crap, 1 second. Okay. I'm almost done with my energy drink. Okay. So Dr. Halsey calls for Spartan 117. Report to the bridge immediately. And then he tells Sam to get everybody ready in case they are needed. And Sam says, "Affirmative. You heard the petty officer. Dog those cards. Get into uniform, soldier." John double-timed it to the elevator and punched the code for the bridge. The doors parted and he stepped onto the bridge. Every wall had a screen. Some showed stars and the distant red smear of a nebula. Other screens displayed the fusion reactor status and spectrums of microwave broadcasts in the system. Spectrums of microwave broadcasts in the system. A brass railing ringed the center of the bridge, and within sat 4 junior lieutenants at their stations: navigation, weapons, communications, and slip operations. John halted and saluted Captain Wallace, then nodded to Dr. Halsey. Captain Wallace stood with his right arm crooked behind his back. Is it crooked or crooked? Technically, I want to pronounce it crooked, but I think it might be crooked. Let's go look it up.
Crooked.
Crooked. Yeah, it is crooked, but I don't know why my instinct is to read it as crooked. Captain Wallace stood with his right arm crooked behind his back. His left arm was missing from the elbow down. John remained saluting until the captain returned the gesture. What if his hand is busy? What if his arm is busy and he can't return it because he has only one arm? Over here, please, Dr. Halsey said. I want you to see this. John walked across the rubberized deck and gave his full attention to the screen Dr. Halsey and Captain Wallace were scrutinizing. It displayed deconvoluted radar signals. It looked like tangled yarn to John. There, Dr. Halsey pointed to a blip on the screen. It's there again. Captain Wallace stroked his dark beard, thinking, then said, That puts our ghost at 80 million kilometers. I don't know. I guess this is the accent, okay. Why is it a ghost? That puts our ghost at 80 million kilometers. Even if it were a ship, it would take a full hour to get within weapons range. And besides, he waved at the screen, it's gone again. May I suggest that we go to battle stations, Captain? Dr. Halsey told him. I don't see the point, he said condescendingly. The captain was clearly less than pleased about having a civilian on his bridge. We haven't let this be widely known, she said. But when the aliens were first detected at harvest, they appeared at extreme range, and then they were suddenly much closer. That sounds like the Emotes who are currently being discussed at the White House. When they first detected at harvest, they appeared suddenly at extreme range, and then they were suddenly much closer. An intrasystem jump? John asked. Dr. Halsey smiled at him. Correctly surmised, Spartan. That's not possible, Captain Wallace remarked. Slipstream Fuck, I lost his voice. I lost his accent. That's not possible, Captain Wallace remarked. Slipstream space can't be navigated that accurately. You mean we cannot navigate with that kind of accuracy, she said. The captain clenched and unclenched his jaw. He clicked the intercom. General quarters, all hands to battle stations. Seal bulkheads. I repeat, all hands, battle stations. This is not a drill. Reactors to 90%. Come about to course 125. The bridge lights darkened to a red hue. The deck rumbled beneath John's boots, and the entire ship tilted as it changed heading. Pressure doors slammed shut and sealed John on the bridge. As soon as I start up again, the heat's starting to hit me. I was so chill and relaxed as I was listening to my Bigfoots. And I was comfortable with the air, with the temperature, but now it's all of a sudden too hot again. The bridge lights darkened, and then the pressurized door slammed and sealed John on the bridge. The Commonwealth stabilized on her new heading, and Dr. Halsey crossed her arms. She leaned over and whispered to John, We'll be using the Commonwealth's dropship to go to the testing facility on G-34. We have to get to Project Mjolnir. She turned back and watched the radar screen. Before they do, so get the others ready. Yes, ma'am. John keyed the intercom. Sam, muster the squad in Bay Alpha. I want that Pelican loaded and ready for drop in 15 minutes. We'll have it done in 10, Sam replied. Faster if those longsword interceptor. Oh my god, why can't I say interceptor? Faster if... Okay, this time I had the issue of I thought it said faster than, but no, it doesn't. We'll have it done in 10, Sam replied. Faster if those longswords in Oh no! Why can't I say longsword interceptor? Faster than it. Oh my goodness, my brain is mush right now. I put those 3 wieners in my mouth and now my brain is all scattered. I think Patches is angry at me too. We'll have it done in 10, Sam replied. Faster if those longsword interceptor pilots get out of our way. Oh my god, was that so hard? John would have given anything to be below decks with the others. He felt as if he were being left behind. The radar screen flashed with blobs of eerie green light, almost as if the space around the Commonwealth were boiling. The collision alarm sounded. "Brace for impact," Captain Wallace said. He laced his arm around the brass railing. He laced his arm around the brass railing. John grabbed an emergency handhold on the wall. Something appeared 3,000 kilometers off the Commonwealth's prow. It was a sleek oval with a single seam running along its lateral edge from stem to stern. Tiny lights winked on and off along its hull. A faint purple-tinged glow emitted from the tail. The ship was only a third the size of the Commonwealth. "A Covenant ship," Dr. Halsey said. And she involuntarily backed away from the view screens. Captain Wallace scowled. "Com officer, send a signal to Chi-Seti. See if they can send us some reinforcements." "Aye, sir." Blue flashes flickered along the hull of the alien ship, so bright that even filtered through the external camera, they still made Jai? I mixed the word John and eyes. So bright. His new name is Jai. So bright that even filtered through the external camera, they still made John's eyes watery. It's not even watery. I still have the Y sound stuck, lodged in my brain. And the name Jai. Blue flashes flickered along the hull of the alien ship, so bright that even filtered through the external camera, they still made John's eyes water. The outer hull of the Commonwealth sizzled and popped. 3 screens filled with static. "Pulse lasers!" the lieutenant at the ops station screamed. "Communication disk destroyed. Armor in sections 3 and 4 at 25%. Hull breach in section 3. Sealing now." The lieutenant swiveled in his seat. Sweat beaded on his forehead. "Ship AI core memory overloaded," he said. With the AI offline, the ship could still fire weapons and navigate through slipstream space, but John knew it would take more time to make jump calculations. "Come to heading 030. Declination? Is that how that's pronounced? "Come to heading 030. Declination 180, Captain Wallace ordered. "Arm Archer missile pods A through F and give me a firing solution." "Aye, aye," the navigation and weapons officer said. "A through F pods armed." They furiously tapped away on their keyboards. Seconds ticked by. "Firing solution ready, sir." "Fire!" Pods A through F firing." The Commonwealth had six. I thought I was going to say 60, but no, it does not say 60. The Commonwealth had 26 pods, each loaded with 30 Archer high-explosive missiles. On screens, pods A through F opened and launched 180 plumes of rocket exhaust that traced a path from Commonwealth to the alien ship. The enemy changed course, rotating so that the top of the ship faced the incoming missiles. It then moved straight up at an alarming speed. The Archer missiles altered their trajectory to track the ship, but half their number streaked past the target, clean misses. The others impacted. Fire covered the skin of the alien ship. "Good work, Lieutenant," Captain Wallace said, and he clapped the young officer on the shoulder. Dr. Halsey frowned and stared at the screen. "No," she whispered. "Wait." The fire flared, then dimmed. The skin of the alien ship rippled like heat wavering off a hot road in the summer. It flittered with a metallic silver sheen, then brilliant white, and the fire faded, revealing the ship beneath. It was completely undamaged. "Energy shields," Dr. Halsey muttered. She tapped her lower lip, thinking, even ships this small have energy shielding. "Lieutenant," wouldn't he say lieutenant if I have this voice? "Lieutenant," the captain barked at the nav officer. "Cut main engines and fire maneuvering thrusters." Thrusters? "Cut main engines and fire maneuvering thrusters. Rotate and track so that we're pointing at that thing." "Aye, aye, sir." The distant rumbling of the Commonwealth's main engines dimmed and stopped, and she turned about. Her inertia kept the ship speeding. Her inertia kept the ship speeding towards the testing facility, now flying backward. "What are you doing, Captain?" Dr. Halsey asked. "I'm the Mac." What the heck? There's a fly on my screen. Get the fuck out of here. "I'm the Mac," Captain Wallace told the weapons officer. "A heavy round." John understood. Turning your back to an enemy only gave them an advantage. The MAC, magnetic accelerator cannon, was the Commonwealth's main weapon. It fired a super-dense ferric tungsten shell. The tremendous mass and velocity of the projectile obliterated most ships on impact. Unlike the Archer missiles, a MAC round was an unguided projectile. The firing solution had to be kept perfect in order to hit the target. Not an easy thing to do when both ships were moving rapidly. "MAC capacitors charging," the weapons officer announced. The Covenant ship turned its side toward the Commonwealth. "Yes!" The captain. "Yes!" Gotta do the M. Bison. The M. Bison, yes. "Yes!" The captain murmured. "Give me a bigger target." Pinpoints of blue light glowed, and then flared along the alien hull. The tactical view screens on the nose of the Commonwealth went dead. John heard sizzling overhead, then the muffled thumps of explosive decompressions. "More pulse laser hits," the ops officer reported. "Armor in sections 3 through 7 down to 4 centimeters. Navigation dish destroyed. Hull breaches on decks 2, 5, and 9. We have a leak in the port fuel tanks." The lieutenant's hands shakily danced over the controls. "Pumping fuel to starboard reverse tanks. Sealing sections." John shifted on his feet. He had to move. Act. Standing here, unable to get to his squad, not doing anything, was counter to every fiber of his being. "MAC at 100%, the weapons officer shouted. "Ready to fire." "Fire!" Captain Wallace ordered. The lights on the bridge dimmed, and the Commonwealth shuddered. The MAC bolt launched through space, a red-hot metal slug moving at 30,000 meters per second. The Covenant ship's engines flared to life, and the ship veered away. Too late. The heavy round closed and slammed into the target's prow. The Covenant ship reeled backward through space. Its energy shields shimmered and glowed lightning bright, then flickered, dimmed, and went out. The bridge the bridge crew let out a victory cheer, except Dr. Halsey. John watched the view screens as she adjusted the camera controls and zoomed in on the Covenant ship. The vessel's erratic spinning slowed, and it came to a stop. The ship's nose was crumpled, and atmosphere vented into vacuum. Tiny fires flickered inside. The ship slowly came about and started back toward them, gaining speed. Oh my god. I'm too excited. Even the fucking hot dog wants to come back out and see. Let's see. So they had their victory cheer. Everyone cheered except Dr. Halsey. And then I zoomed in on the Covenant ship, and it's coming back toward them. It should have been destroyed, she whispered. Tiny red blobs appeared on the hull of the Covenant ship. They glowed and intensified and drifted together, collecting along the lateral line of the craft. Oh my god. The cough wanted to interrupt. Captain Wallace said, "Make ready another heavy round." "Aye, aye," the weapons officer said. "Charge at 30%. Firing solution online, sir." "No," Dr. Halsey said. "Evasive maneuvers. Captain, now!" "I won't have my command second-guessed, ma'am." The captain turned to face her, and with respect, "Doctor, second-guessed by someone with no combat experience." He stiffened and placed his hand behind his one hand. He stiffened and placed his hand behind his back. I cannot have you removed from the bridge because the bulkheads are sealed. But another outburst like that, Doctor, and I will have you gagged. What the heck? How's he gonna gag her? I'm kind of interested now. Is he gonna pull out another arm-sized thing from somewhere? John shot a quick glance to Dr. Halsey. Her face flushed. He couldn't tell from shame or rage. "Mac at 50%. The red light continued to collect along the... I guess for the lieutenants, I should be like doing it from a distance, so it sounds like it's not the focal point of the scene, but it's going on in the background, kind of like "Mac at 50%." Something like that, no? But then I think the kitties are gonna think that I'm yelling at them. Oh no, they're gonna come bite me. The red light continued to collect along the lateral line of the Covenant ship until it was a solid band. It brightened. 80% charge. The nav officer. "They're turning, sir," the nav officer announced. "She's coming starboard." I wonder if that's... I'm not sure how that would sound for through the stream, if it would sound like if it's coming from the left or the right, depending on where I am. I imagine it would, if you're on stereo audio. "They're turning, sir," the nav officer announced. "She's coming starboard." 95% charge. 100, the weapons officer announced. "Send them to Hades, Lieutenant. Fire!" The lights dimmed again. The Commonwealth shuddered, and a bolt of thunder and fire tore through the blackness. The Covenant ship stood its ground. The blood... I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be pronounced blood red, which is how I was going to pronounce it. But then, like a quarter second later, I was like, wait a second, I could read that as bluttered. Could that actually be what that word is? Bluttered? Blood, R-E-D, blood red, bluttered. So here it's showing blood dash red. And then And for other definitions, it's saying having the color of blood. So I guess it is, yeah, blood red. The Covenant ship stood its ground. The blood-red light that had pooled on its lateral line burst forth, streaked toward the Commonwealth, passing the Mac round a mere kilometer away. The red light glowed and pulsed, almost as if it were liquid. Its edges roiled and fluttered. It elongated into a teardrop of ruby light 5 meters long. "Evasive maneuvers!" Captain Wallace cried. "Emergency thrusters to port!" The Commonwealth slowly moved out of the Why can I not say trajectory the first time? The Commonwealth slowly moved out of the trajectory path of the Covenant's energy weapon. I'm just gonna have to say it super slowly like that every time I encounter a word that I have difficulty saying. Trajectory. The Mac round struck the Covenant vessel amidship. Amidships is struck the Covenant vessel amidships. So amid, it has amid dash ships, but amid is the end of the line, and then it starts the next line with ships. Is that supposed to be one word? I don't see what it would be if the word were together. Strange. The Mac round struck the Covenant vessel amidships. Its shield shimmered and bubbled, then disappeared. The Mac round punched through the craft and sent it spinning out of control. The inbound ball of light moved, too. It started tracking the Commonwealth. "Engines, full power astern," the captain ordered. The Commonwealth rumbled and slowed. The light should have sped past them. Instead, it sharply arced and struck her port amidships. I guess it is amidships. So amidships, I assume that means near the middle of the ship or as it's moving. Amidships. Amidships, in the middle of a ship. Okay, yeah, the middle of the ships. It struck the Commonwealth. Amidships, okay. The light should have sped past them. Instead, it sharply arced and struck her port amidships. The air filled with a popping and sizzling. The Commonwealth listed to starboard, then rolled completely over and continued to tumble. "Stabilize!" the captain cried. "Starboard thrusters!" "Fire reported in sections 1 through 20, the ops officer said, panic creeping into his voice. "Decks 2 to 7 in section 1 have melted, sir. They're gone." It grew noticeably hotter on the bridge. Sweat beaded on John's back and trickled down his spine. He had never felt so hopeless. He had never felt so helpless. Were his teammates below decks alive or dead? "All port armor destroyed. Decks 2 through 5 in sections 3, 4, and 5 are now out of contact, sir. It's burning through us." Captain Wallace stood without saying a word. He stared at their one remaining view screen. Maybe hot dogs was a bad idea. They keep wanting to join the fight. Maybe they want to finish the fight. Captain Wallace stood without saying a word. He stared at their one remaining view screen. Dr. Halsey stepped forward. "Respectfully, Captain, I suggest that you alert the crew to get on respirator packs. Give them 30 seconds, then vent the atmosphere on all decks except the bridge." The comm officer looked to the captain. "Do it," the captain said. "Sound the alert." "Deck 13 destroyed," the ops officer announced. "Fire is getting close to the reactor. Hull structure starting to buckle." "Vent atmosphere now." Captain Wallace. What the heck? Captain Wallance? Have I been reading it wrong this entire time? Is it Wallens? No, okay. It is. That would have been a pretty big blunder if his name were Wallance rather than Wallace. But thankfully, I have just found another typo. Vent atmospheres, now! Captain Wallance ordered. Aye, aye, the ops officer replied. There was the sound of thumping through the hull. Then nothing. Fire's dying out, the ops officer said. Hull temperature cooling. Stabilizing. What the hell did they hit us with? Captain Wallace demanded. Plasma, Dr. Halsey replied. But not any plasma we know. They can actually guide its trajectory through space without any detectable mechanism. Amazing. Captain, the navigator said, alien ship is pursuing. The Covenant vessel, a red-rimmed hole punched through its center, turned and started toward the Commonwealth. Ho! Captain Wallace said unbelievably. He quickly regained his wits. Ready another Mac heavy round. The weapons officer slowly said, Mac system destroyed, Captain. We're sitting ducks then, the captain murmured. Dr. Halsey leaned against the brass railing. Not quite. The Commonwealth carries 3 nuclear missiles, correct, Captain? A detonation this close would destroy us as well. She frowned and cupped her head. I guess, in my defense, head and hand are both fairly similar when you first look at it from your periphery vision. And secondly, your head is something that you would probably cup. In my defense. She frowned and cupped her hand to her chin, thinking. Excuse me, sir, John said. The aliens' tactics thus far have been unnecessarily vicious, like those of an animal. Is that even the fucking Master Chief voice? I don't think so. Let's try that one again. Excuse me, sir, John said. The aliens' tactics thus far have been unnecessarily vicious, like those of an animal. I was gonna say aminal. Like those of an animal. They didn't have to take that second Mac round while they fired at us, but they wanted to position themselves to fire. In my opinion, sir, they would stop and engage anything that challenged them. The captain looked to Dr. Halsey. She shrugged and then nodded. I assume this is Dr. Halsey talking? She shrugged and then nodded. The longsword interceptors? Captain Wallace turned his back to them and covered his face with his one. And, this time it's the book that says it. Okay, you can't bully me for trying to make fun of him. This is literally what the text says. Captain Wallace turned his back to them and covered his face with his one hand. He sighed, nodded, and clicked on the intercom. Longsword Squadron Delta, this is the captain. Get your ships into the black, boys, and engage the enemy ship. I need you to buy some time. Roger that, sir. We're ready to launch. On our way. Turn us around, the captain told the nav officer. Give me the best speed on a vector towards G-34 orbit. Coolant leaks in the reactor, sir, the ops officer said. We can push the engines to 30%. No more. Give me 50%, he said. He turned to the weapons officer. Arm one of our Shiva warheads. Set proximity fuse to 100 meters. Yes, sir. The Commonwealth spun about. John felt the change in his stomach, and he tightened his grip on the railing. The spinning slowed, stopped, then the ship accelerated. Reactor redlining, the ops officer reported. Meltdown in 25 seconds. Over the speakers, there was a crackle, a hiss of static, then Longsword interceptors engaging the enemy, sir. On the remaining aft camera, there were flickers of light. The cold blue strobes of Covenant energy weapons and the red-orange fireballs of the Longsword's missiles. "Launch the missile," the captain said. "Meltdown in 10 seconds. Missile away." A plume of exhaust divided the darkness of space. 5 seconds to meltdown, the ops officer said. 4, 3, 2. "Shunt drive plasma to space," the captain ordered. "Cut power to all systems." The Covenant ship was silhouetted for a split second by pure white. Then the view screen snapped off. The bridge lights went dead. John could see everything, though. The bridge officers, Dr. Halsey as she clutched onto the railing, and Captain Wallace as he stood and saluted the pilots he had just sent to die. The hull of the Commonwealth rumbled and pinged as the shockwave enveloped them. It grew louder, a subsonic roar that shook John to his bones. The noise seemed to go on forever in the darkness. It faded. Then it was completely silent. "Power us back up," the captain said. "Slowly. Give me 10% from the reactors if we can manage." The bridge lights came on, dimly, but they worked. "Report," the captain ordered. "All sensors offline," the op officer said. Resetting backup computer." "Hang on. Scanning now. Lots of debris. It's hot back there." All Longsword interceptors vaporized. He looked up. The color drained from his face. "Covenant ship intact, sir." "No," the captain said and made a fist. "It's moving off, though," the op officer said with a visible sigh of relief. "Very slowly." "What does it take to destroy one of those things?" the captain whispered. "We don't know if our weapons can destroy them," Dr. Halsey said. "But at least we know we can slow them down." The captain stood straighter. "Best speed to the Damascus testing facility. We will execute a flyby orbit and then proceed to a point 20 million kilometers distant to make repairs." The hot dogs are gonna have to be the second voice actor here. 20 billion kilometers distant to make repairs. "Captain," Dr. Halsey said, "a flyby?" I have orders to get you to the facility and retrieve whatever Section 3 has stowed there, ma'am. As we fly by, a dropship will take you and your..." He glanced at John. Fuck. The interruption there is kind of a little awkward to read aloud, I guess. Especially if you're trying to do the voice and... Oh no. Whatchamacallit? The workplace hazards of messing up your voice with all the different ranges that you're trying to get your voice to. I have orders to get you to the facility and retrieve whatever Section 3 has stowed there, ma'am. As we fly by, a dropship will take you and your... He glanced at John. Crew planetside. If the Covenant ship returns, we will be the bait to lure them away. I understand, Captain. We'll rendezvous in orbit no later than 1900 hours. Dr. Halsey turned to John. We need to hurry. We don't have much time. And there's a great deal I need to show the Spartans. Yes, ma'am, John said. He took a long look at the bridge and hoped he never had to return. And that was chapter 12. Okay, let's see how long this chapter is. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. It's loading. 5, 6, 7. This one's 7. How about the next chapter? 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so we'll read one more chapter. And then we will go back to our Bigfoots. Bigfoots for a little bit. No. Chapter 13 is what we're going to read right now. We'll pick back up on chapter 14 next time. Let me just make sure I've got some water here. Make sure my throat recovers from voicing Dr. Officer Captain Wallace. It's baby kittens. Okay. Chapter 13. Burger King foot lettuce. 1845 hours. November 27th, 2525. Military calendar. UNSC Damascus Materials Testing Facility. Planet G-Seti 4. How far down was the test facility? John and the other Spartans had been confined to a freight elevator for 15 minutes, and the entire time it had been rapidly descending into the depths of G-Seti 4. The last place John wanted to be was in another confined space. The doors finally slid open, and they emerged in what appeared to be a well-lit hangar. The far end had an obstacle course set up with walls, trenches, dummy targets, and barbed wire. 3 technicians and at least a dozen AI figures were busy in the center of the room. John had seen AIs before, one at a time. Deja had once told the Spartans that there were technical reasons why AIs couldn't be in the same place at the same time. But here were many ghostly figures, a mermaid, a samurai warrior, and one made entirely of bright light with comets trailing in her wake. Dr. Halsey cleared her throat. The technicians turned. The AIs vanished. John had been so focused on the holograms that he hadn't noticed the 40 plexiglass mannequins set up in rows. On each was a suit of armor. The armor reminded John of the exoskeletons he had seen during training, but much less bulky, more compact. He stepped closer to one and saw that the suit actually had many layers. The outer layer reflected the overhead lights with a faint green-gold iridescence. It covered the groin, outer thighs, knees, shins, chest, shoulders, and forearms. There was a helmet and an integrated power pack, much smaller than standard marine battery sacks. Underneath were intermeshed layers of matte black metal. Project Mjolnir, Dr. Halsey said. She snapped her fingers, and an exploded holographic schematic of the armor appeared next to her. The armor shell is a multi-layer alloy of remarkable strength. We recently added a refractive coating to this. I thought for a second there, I gotta clean my glasses. I thought there was an L right there. There is no L there. I was like, I never saw this writ before. It looks like dispersed, but it has an L in there somewhere. my glasses got too they took too much debris from the mech cannons and the Covenant plasma beams. The armor shell is a multi-layer alloy of remarkable strength. We recently added a refractive coating to disperse incoming energy weapon attacks to counter our new enemies. She pointed inside the schematic. Each battlesuit also has a gel-filled layer to regulate temperature. This layer can reactively change in density. Against the skin of the operator, there is a moisture-absorbing cloth suit and biomonitors that constantly adjust the suit's temperature and fit. It constantly adjusts the fit? That's pretty useful for men and women who have to carry around something that may or may not change in shape and or size. Against the skin of the operator, there is a moisture-absorbing cloth suit and biomonitors that constantly adjust the suit's temperature and fit. There's also an onboard computer that interfaces with your standard issue neural implant. She gestured and the schematics collapsed so that it only displayed the outer layers. As the image changed, John glimpsed vein-like microcapillaries, a dense sandwich of optical crystal, a circulating pump, even what looked like a miniature fusion cell in the backpack. Most importantly, Dr. Halsey said, the armor's inner structure is composed of a new reactive metal liquid crystal. It is amorphous, yet fractally. Okay, I thought it said fractally. I don't even think that's a word. I think that's just a conjunction of fracture and factually. It is amorphous, yet fractally scales and amplifies force. In simplified terms, the armor doubles the wearer's strength and enhances the reaction speed of a normal human by a factor of 5. She waved her hand through the hologram. There is one problem, however. This system is so reactive that our previous tests with unaugmented volunteers ended in... She searched for the right word. Failure. She nodded to one of the technicians. A flat video appeared in the air. It showed a Marine officer, a lieutenant, being fitted with the Mjolnir armor. "Power is on," someone said from off-screen. "Move your arm right, please." The soldier's arm blurred forward with incredible speed. The Marine's stoic expression collapsed into shock, surprise, and pain as his arm shattered. He convulsed, shuddered, and screamed. As he jerked in pain, John could hear the sounds of bones breaking. The man's own agony-induced spasms were killing him. Halsey waved the video away. Normal humans don't have the reaction time or strength required to drive this system, she explained. You do. Your enhanced musculature and the metal and ceramic layers that have been bonded to your skeleton should be enough to allow you to harness the armor's power. There has been insufficient computer modeling, however. There will be some risk. You'll have to move very slowly and deliberately until you get a feel for the armor and how it works. It cannot be powered down, nor can the response be scaled back. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am, the Spartans answered. Questions? John raised his hands. When do we get to try them, Doctor? Right now, she said. Volunteers? Every Spartan raised a hand. Dr. Halsey allowed herself a tiny smile. She surveyed them, and finally, she turned to John. You've always been lucky, John, she said. Let's go. He stepped forward. The technicians fitted him as the others watched, and the pieces of the Mjolnir system were assembled around his body. It was like a giant 3-dimensional puzzle. Please breathe normally, Dr. Halsey told him, but otherwise remain absolutely still. I don't know if it's the it's just the hot dogs or also the tomato that I eat it. Gotta take my quick hot dog break. Please breathe normally, Dr. Halsey told him, but otherwise remain absolutely still. John held himself as motionless as he could. The armor shifted and melded to the contours of his form. It was like a second skin, and much lighter than he had thought it would be. It heated, then cooled, then matched the temperature of his body. If he closed his eyes, he wouldn't have known he was encased. They set the helmet over his head. Health monitors, motion sensors, suit status indicators pulsed into life. A targeting reticle flickered on the heads-up display. "Everyone move back," Halsey ordered. The Spartans, from their expressions, they were concerned for him, but still intensely curious, cleared a ring with a radius of 3 meters around him. "Listen to me carefully, John," Dr. Halsey said. "I just want you to think, and only think, about moving your arm up to chest level. Stay relaxed." He willed his arm to move, and his hand and forearm sprang forward to chest level. The slightest motion translated his thought to motion at lightning speed. It had been so fast. If he hadn't been attached to his arm, he might have missed that it happened at all. The Spartans gasped. Sam applauded. Even lightning-fast Kelly seemed impressed. Dr. Halsey slowly coached John through the bait. It's like the beginning of every Halo game where you gotta calibrate your controls. You gotta look left, you gotta look right, you gotta look up and down. You gotta test your mouse and cursor movement speed. This is literally like the games. Whoa. Reading this book really makes you feel like the Master Chief. Dr. Halsey slowly coached John through the basics of walking and gradually built up the speed and complexity of his motions. After 15 minutes, he could walk, run, and jump almost without thinking of the difference between suit motion and normal motion. "Petty officer, run through the obstacle course," Dr. Halsey said. We will proceed to fit the other Spartans. We don't have a great deal of time left." John snapped a salute without thinking. His hand bounced off his helmet, and a dull ache throbbed in his hand. His wrist would be bruised. If his bones hadn't been reinforced, he knew they would have been pulverized. "Carefully, petty officer. Very carefully, please." "Yes, ma'am." John focused his mind on motion. He leaped over a 3-meter-high wall. He punched at concrete targets, shattering them. He threw knives, sinking them up to their hafts into target dummies. He slid under barbed wire as bullets zigged over his head. He stood and let the rounds deflect off his armor. To his amazement, he actually dodged 1 or 2 of the rounds. Soon, the other Spartans joined him on the course. Everyone ran awkwardly through the obstacles, as though they had no coordination. John expressed his worries to Dr. Halsey. "That's like me when I've been working in the garden. I've been bent over, watering the plants and pruning my tomatoes, and then I stand up too fast, like if I'm wearing Mjolnir armor, and then I'm so disoriented, and then I can't stand up straight, and my knees hurt, and my head starts getting a little light. And he's just like me, for real, for real." They're like little kids who are learning how to walk. She literally has like 40 babies over here. 40 little toddlers. Everyone ran awkwardly through the obstacles, as though they had no coordination. John expressed his worries to Dr. Halsey. "It will come soon enough. You've already received some subliminal training during your last cryosleep," Dr. Halsey told them. "Now, all you need is time to get used to the suits." More worrisome to John was the realization that they'd have to learn how to work together all over again. Their usual hand signals were too exaggerated now. A slight wave or tremble translated into full force punches or uncontrolled vibrations. They would have to use the comm channels for the time being. As soon as he thought of this, his suit tagged and I thought it said motioned, but it does not say motioned. As soon as he thought of this, his suit tagged and monitored the other Mjolnir suits. Their standard issue UNSC neural chip, implanted in every UNSC soldier at induction, identified friendly soldiers and displayed them on their helmet heads-up display. I guess it says HUDs this time. I think it's the first time it actually says HUD rather than heads-up display. But this was different. All he had to do was concentrate on them, and a secure comm channel was opened. It was extremely efficient. And much to his relief, after drilling for 30 minutes, the Spartans had recovered all of their original group coordination, and more. On one level, John moved the suit, and, in return, it moved him. On another level, however, communication with his squad was so easy and natural, he could move and direct them as if they were an extension of his body. Over the hangar speakers, the Spartans heard Dr. Halsey's voice. "Spartans, so far so good. If anyone is experiencing difficulties with the suit or its controls, please report in." "I think I'm in love," Sam replied. "Oh, sorry, ma'am. I didn't think this was an open channel." "Flawless amplification of speed and power," Kelly said. "It's like I've been training in this suit for years." "Do we get to keep them?" Jama? Who's Jom? my original Spartan, Jom. "Do we get to keep them?" John asked. "You're the only ones who can use them, petty officer. Who else could we give them to? A technician handed her a headset. "One moment, please. Report, Captain." Captain Wallace's voice broke over the comm channel. "We have contact with the Covenant ship, ma'am. Extreme range. Their slip space engines must be still damaged. They are moving toward us via normal space." I think I kind of changed his accent there a little bit to be a bit more Scottish, but whatever. he's a British, Scottish, Irish. He's a little of everything, okay? "Your repair status?" she asked. "Long-range communications inoperable. Slipstream generators offline. Mach system destroyed. We have 2 fusion missiles and 20 Archer missile pods intact. Armor plating is at 20%. There was a long hiss of static. "If you need more time, I can try and draw them away." "No, Captain," she replied, and carefully scrutinized John. "No, Captain," she replied, and carefully scrutinized John and the other armored Spartans. "We're going to have to fight them. And this time, we have to win." I don't know if I want to end there, but this next chapter is pretty long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This is the last chapter of section 2. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and extend it to this last chapter. This is the final chapter of section 2, Boot. Chapter 14, 2037 hours. November 27th, 2525. Military calendar. In orbit over Chi Ceti 4. John piloted the Pelican through the exit burn of their orbital path, then sent the ship toward the last known position of the Commonwealth. The frigate had moved 10 million kilometers in system from their rendezvous point. Dr. Halsey sat in the co-pilot seat, fidgeting with her spacesuit. In the aft compartment were the Spartans. The 3 technicians from the Damascus facility, and a dozen spare Mjolnir suits. Missing, however, were the AIs John had seen when they had first arrived. All Dr. Halsey had time to do was remove their memory processor cubes. It was a tremendous waste to leave such expensive equipment behind. Dr. Halsey examined the ship's short-range detection gear, then said, Captain Wallace may be trying to use Chi Ceti's magnetic field to deflect the Covenant's plasma weapon. Try and catch up, Petty Officer. Yes, ma'am. John pushed the engines to 100%. Covenant ship to port, she said. 3 million kilometers and closing on the Commonwealth. John bumped up to the magnification on screen and spotted the ship. The alien vessel's hull was bent at I thought I missed a word. The alien vessel's hull was bent at a 30-degree angle from the impact of the Mac Heavy round, but it still moved at almost twice the speed of the Commonwealth. Doctor, John asked, does the Mjolnir armor That's not the fucking Master Chief voice, what the heck? Doctor, John asked, does the Mjolnir armor operate in vacuum? I gotta re-borrow the book one last time. The horn of Helm Hammerhand shall sound in the deep one last time. Here we go. Doctor, John asked, does the Mjolnir armor bodysuit? Does the Mjolnir armor operate in I can't say vacuum. Doctor, John asked, does the Mjolnir armor operate in Fuck, what can I say? I think it's because it's the N from the end of the word in, and then the start of V just trips me up. Doctor, John asked, does the Mjolnir armor operate in vacuum? I deserve a star for that one. Of course, she replied. It was one of our first design considerations. The suit can recycle air for 90 minutes. It's shielded against radiation and EMP as well. What's up, Harvey? What happened? What, you're sad because you're not in this book? I'm actually not sure if Arbiter is in... I think he is in like maybe 1 or 2 of the books. What is the Arbiter's name? Thel Vadami is Thel Vadami in the Halo books. Appears in several Halo novels, including First Strike and Cold Protocol. Okay, good. I have First Strike, so I'll be able to read that one when we get to him. Hopefully I get to do Gravemind, so I can do my Gravemind voice. I am a monument to all your sins. That'd be pretty cool. Now, dog penises. Does it operate in a vacuum? Of course, okay. Shielded against radiation and EMP as well. He then spoke to Sam over his comlink. What kind of missiles is this bird carrying? Wait 1 moment, sir, Sam replied. His voice returned a moment later. We have 2 rocket pods with 16 HE Anvil 2s each. I want you to assemble a team and go EVA. What is EVA? EVA... what is it? Abbreviation? Is that the one? Abbreviation. Ethylene vinyl acetate? Acetate. I assume it means something like go into... Because based on context, because I have a brain, I assume it means somewhere off the Pelican into vacuum. Maybe it'll explain it later, and I'm just being too I'm being too googly. I want you to assemble a team and go EVA. Remove those warheads from the wing pods. Remove those warheads from the wing pods. I'm on it, Sam said. Halsey tried to push her glasses up higher on her nose. Instead, she bumped up against the faceplate of... I do that all the time when I have a hat and I hit the brim of the cap. And also when I have sunglasses on outside because it's a bit bigger than my actual glasses, so I bunk it. Bunk. It's even worse when I'm at the range and I have my normal glasses and then my range glasses on top of that, and I want to hit my normal glasses, but I hit my range glasses and it hits both of them onto my face like super hard. I know. Where is Dr. Halsey bonking her head? Where's your Arby's? Halsey tried to push her glasses up higher on her nose. Instead, she bumped up against the faceplate of her suit's helmet. May I ask what you have in mind, squad leader? John left his comm channel open so the Spartans would hear his reply. Oh, he's saying the meme! Requesting permission. He's saying the meme! Requesting permission to attack the Covenant ship, ma'am. Her blue eyes widened. Most certainly not, she said. If a warship like the Commonwealth couldn't destroy it, a Pelican is certainly no match for them. Not the Pelican, no, John agreed. But I believe we Spartans are. If we get inside the enemy ship, we can destroy her. Dr. Halsey considered, tapping her lower lip. You mean the lower lip area of her helmet visor? Is that supposed to be a typo? Or is it only covering her face? Let's go back up and look at the... Halsey tried to push her glasses up higher on her nose. Instead, she bumped against the face plate. If it's a plate, then I assume it's like those... there's like the bottom is open. You can actually tap your lip. Okay, let's assume that's what it is. The faceplate of her helmet, right? Of her suit's helmet. So the suit does have a helmet, but I guess it's more like the Marines in the games where they have like cover for their eyes, but they still have access to their mouths for when they wanna do things with their mouths, like eating. Dr. Halsey considered, tapping her lower lip. How would you get on board? We go EVA and use thruster packs to intercept the Covenant ship as it passes en route to the Commonwealth. She shook her head. One slight error in your trajectory and you could miss by kilometers, Dr. Halsey remarked. A pause. I don't miss, ma'am. He literally said 2 of the memes. He said, where is it? First he said... Was it the previous page? Fuck, I missed it. Where is it? I'm blind. Oh, first he said requesting permission, and then he said this is literally like a for Halo. Which one was it? 3? No, 2. It's the Cairo station. when Cortana asks, "What if you miss?" and then he says, "I won't." And same thing with requesting permission to leave the. I think he's at station, right? And then Lord Hood says, "For what purpose?" And then he says, "To finish this Big Mac." That's the order of it, right? The Big Mac. Oh, look, Mac right here. It says Mac Heavy Round. The meme comes full circle. One slight error in your trajectory and you could miss by kilometers, Dr. Halsey remarked. A pause. "I don't miss, ma'am," John said. "They have reflective shields." "True," John replied. "But the ship is damaged. They may have they may have had to lower or reduce shielding in order to conserve power. And if we have to, we can use one of our own warheads to punch a small hole in their barrier." He paused, then added, "There's also a large hole in their hull." She forgot about the large hole. "There's also a large hole in their hull. Their shield may not cover that space entirely." Dr. Halsey whispered, "It's a tremendous risk." "With respect, ma'am, it's a bigger risk to sit here and do nothing. After they finish with the Commonwealth, they'll come for us, and we'll have to fight them anyway. Better to strike first." She stared off into space, lost in thought. How convenient that she's actually looking at space. Where was it? Here. She stared off into space, lost in thought. Finally, she sighed in resignation. "Very well, go." She transferred the pilot controls to her station, and blow the hell out of them. John climbed into the aft compartment. His Spartans stood at attention. He felt a rush of pride. Pride? This isn't June anymore. Pride Month is over. His Spartans stood at attention. He felt a rush of pride. They were not... I don't know why I read now there. There's no now. He felt a rush of pride. They were ready to follow him as he leapt literally into the jaws of death. "I've got the warheads," Sam said. It was hard to mistake Sam even with his reflective blast shield covering his face. He was the largest Spartan, even more imposing, encased in the armor. I don't know if I'm gonna make it through this chapter without picking up all the voices at least 10 times. Do we? If we're gonna board the enemy ship, then maybe we'll find some grunts and some elites. I gotta practice my elite scream. Is it kind of like I'm gonna sound like a fool now, like the that one guy said when he heard the Bigfoot saying Yahoo. Okay, I'll save my elite grunt for if we encounter them. "I've got the warheads," Sam said. It was hard to mistake Sam, even with his reflective blast shield covering his face. He was the largest Spartan, even more imposing, encased in the armor. "Everyone's got one," Sam continued as he handed John a metal shell. Timers and detonators are already rigged. I don't know. I keep seeing these tiny little things in the words that aren't there. I thought it said struck, but it does not say struck. I don't know where I got the R from, but okay. My brain is doing weird things. "Everyone's got one," Sam continued as he handed John a metal shell. "Timers and detonators are already rigged, stuck on a patch of adhesive polymer. They'll cling to your suit." "Spartans," John said, "grab thruster packs and make ready to go Eva. Everyone else," he motioned to the 3 technicians, get into the forward cabin. If we fail, they'll be coming after the Pelican. Protect Dr. Halsey." He moved aft. Kelly handed him a thruster pack, and he slipped it on. Covenant ship approaching. And Halsey's basically being Cortana right now. Covenant ship approaching, Halsey called out. I'm pumping out your atmosphere to avoid explosive decompression when I drop the back hatch. We'll only get one shot at this, John said to the other Spartans. Plot an intercept trajectory. See, I got it right that time, the first time, because I slowed down when I said trajectory. Plot an intercept trajectory and fire thrusters at max burn. If the target changes course, you'll have to make a best guess correction on the fly. If you make it, we'll regroup outside the hole. In their hull. If you miss, we'll pick you up after we're done. He hesitated, then added, and if we don't succeed, then power down your systems and wait for UNSC reinforcements to retrieve you. Live to fight another day. Don't waste your lives. He learned that from Mendez, where he said your first priority is to ensure that you live. He's passing on his information that he learned from his own leadership. And if we don't succeed, then power down your systems and wait for UNSC reinforcements to retrieve you. Live to fight another day. Don't waste your lives. There was a moment of silence. If anyone has a better plan, speak up now. Sam patted John on the back. This is a great plan. It'll be easier than Chief Mendez's playground. A bunch of little kids could pull it off. Sure, John said. Everyone ready? Sir, they said. We're ready, sir. John flipped the safety off and then punched in the code to open the pelican's tail. The mechanism opened soundlessly in the vacuum. Outside was infinite blackness. He had a feeling of falling through space, but the vertigo quickly passed. He positioned himself on the edge of the ramp, both hands gripping a safety handle overhead. The Covenant ship was a tiny dot in the center of his helmet's view screen. He plotted a course and fired the thruster pack on maximum burn. Acceleration slammed him into the thruster's harness. He knew the others would launch right after him, but he couldn't turn to see them. It occurred to him that the Covenant ship might identify the Spartans as incoming missiles, and their point defense lasers were too damn accurate. John clicked on the comm channel. Doctor, we could use a few decoys if Captain Wallace can spare them. Understood, she said. The Covenant vessel grew rapidly in his display. A burst from its engines and it... A Covenant vessel grew rapidly in his display. A burst from its engines and it turned slightly. Traveling at 100 million kilometers an hour, even a minor course correction meant that he could miss by tens of thousands of kilometers. John carefully corrected his vector. The pulse laser... I'm kind of reading it slowly because I'm imagining it as like... They're in the middle of the vast space. They're going... For them, it looks like it's super slow, super quiet, in the empty vacuum of space. And you have a little bit of time to be contemplative. And it's also kind of tense and scary. John carefully corrected his vector. The pulse laser on the side of the Covenant ship glowed, built up energy, until it was dazzling neon blue, then discharged, but not at him. John saw explosions in his peripheral vision. The Commonwealth had fired a salvo of her Archer missiles. Around him in the dark were puffballs of red-orange detonations, utterly silent. John's velocity now almost matched that of the ship. He eased towards the hull. 20 meters. 10. 5. And then the Covenant ship started to pull away from him. It was traveling too fast. He tapped his altitude thrusters and pointed himself perpendicular to the hull. The Covenant hull accelerated under him, but he was dropping closer. He stretched out his arms. The hull raced past his fingertips a meter away. John's fingers brushed against something. It felt semi-liquid. He could see his hand skimming a near-invisible, glassy, shimmering surface. The energy shield. Damn, their shields were still up. He glanced to either side. The huge hole in their hull was nowhere in sight. It's kind of annoying that hole and hull are right next to each other consistently. And so I'm afraid that in my brain I'm reading it correctly, but then when it comes out, I'm afraid like I'm confusing the two. I'm mixing up the pronunciations. The huge hole in their hull was nowhere in sight. I did the thing where you are now breathing manually. The huge hole in their hull was nowhere in sight. Couldn't you use a different word? Couldn't you have written breach or chasm or something else? Jesus, how annoying. The huge hole in their hull was nowhere in sight. He slid over the hull, unable to grab hold of it. No, he refused to accept that he had made it this far only to fail now. A pulse laser flashed 100 meters away. His faceplate barely adjusted in time. The flash nearly blinded him. John blinked and then saw a silvery film rush back around the bulbous base of the laser turret. John blinked and saw the silvery film rush back around the bulbous base of the laser turret. The shield dropped to... The shield dropped? Fuck! The shield dropped to let the laser fire? The laser started to build up charge. The laser started to build up charge again. He would have to act quickly. His timing had to be perfect. If he hit that turret before it fired, he'd bounce off. If he hit the turret as it fired, there wouldn't be much left of him. The turret glowed, intensely bright. John set his thrust harness on a maximum burn toward the laser, noting the rapidly dwindling fuel charge. He closed his eyes, saw the blinding flash through his lids, felt the heat on his face, then opened his eyes, just in time to crash and bounce into the hull. The hull plates were smooth, but had grooves and odd organic crenellations, perfect fingerholds. The difference between his momentum and the ship's nearly pulled his arms out of their sockets. He gritted his teeth and tightened his grip. He had made it. John pulled himself along the hull toward the hole. He did it again. Fuck. Fuck this guy. John pulled himself along the hull toward the hole. John pulled himself along the hull toward the hole the Commonwealth's Macround had punched in the ship. Only 2 other Spartans waited for him there. "What took you so long?" Sam's voice crackled over the comm channel. The other Spartan lifted her helmet's reflective blast shield. He saw Kelly's face. "I think we're it," Kelly said. "I'm not getting any other responses over the comm channels." That meant either the Covenant ship shielded their transmissions, or there were no Spartans left to communicate with. John pushed that last thought aside. The hole was 10 meters across. Jagged metal teeth pointed inward. John looked over the edge and saw that the heavy John looked over the edge and saw that the Mac heavy round had indeed passed all the way through. He saw tiers of exposed decks, severed conduits, and sheared metal beams. And through the other side, black space and stars. They climbed down. John immediately fell down on the first deck. They continued inward, scaling the metal walls until they were approximately in the middle of the ship. John paused and saw the stars wheel outside either end of the hull. The Covenant ship must be turning. They were engaging the Commonwealth. "We better hurry." He stepped onto an exposed deck, and the gravity settled his stomach, giving him an up and down or He stepped onto an exposed deck, and the gravity settled his stomach, giving him an up and down orientation. "Weapons check," John told them. They examined their assault rifles. The guns had made the journey intact. John slipped in a clip of armor-piercing rounds, noting with pleasure that the suit immediately realigned the sight profile of the gun with his targeting system. He slung the weapon and checked the HE warhead attached to his hip. The timer and the detonator looked undamaged. John faced a sealed set of sliding pressure doors. It was smooth and soft to his touch. It could have been made of metal or plastic, or it could have been alive, for all he knew. He and Sam grabbed either side and pulled, strained, and then the mechanism gave the doors... Gave the doors? Oh no, that's not what that says. He and Sam grabbed either side and pulled, strained, and then the mechanism gave, and the doors released. There was a hiss of atmosphere, a dark hallway beyond. They entered in formation, covering each other's blind spots. The ceiling was 3 meters high. It made John feel small. What's the Kelly voice again? "You think they need all this space because they're so large?" Kelly asked. "We'll know soon," he told her. They crouched, weapons at the ready, and moved slowly down the corridor. John and Kelly in front. They rounded a corner and stopped at another set of pressure doors. John grabbed the seam. Are they going to be spooked and piss themselves when they see the first Alamau? Is it going to be the Alamau that landed in the backyard in that Nevada home? Or was it Nevada or was it Texas? Where was next? It was the forklift certified Alamau. John grabbed the seam. "Hang on. Hang on," Kelly said. She knelt next to a pad with 9 buttons. Each button was inscribed with a runic alien. I started reading it properly, alien, and then my retarded memer brain wanted to adjust to say Alamau. Oh no. Why am I like this? She knelt next to a pad with 9 buttons. Each button was inscribed with runic alien script. These characters are strange, but one of them has to open this. She touched one and it lit. Then she keyed another. Gas hissed into the corridor. "At least the pressure is equalized," she said. John double-checked his sensors. Nothing, though the alien material inside the ship could be blocking the scans. "Try another," Sam said. She did, and the doors slid apart. The room was inhabited. An alien creature stood 1.5 meters tall, a biped. Its knobby, scaled skin was a sickly mottled yellow. Purple and yellow fins ran along the crest of its skull and its forearms. Glittering, bulbous eyes protruded from skull-like hollows and the alien's elongated head. The Master Chief? Hold on. They've never called him the Master Chief. Did they promote him to Master Chief and I missed it? Hold on. Whoa. Wait a second. Where did that come from? Did the Halsey promote him and I didn't see? What? What? Okay. I think what it might be is that it's like he was spiritually promoted in that instance. That's probably how that's supposed to be read. Because at this point, the gamer who knows Master Chief realizes that this is the moment of transformation, of transfiguration from that little boy from Eridanus 2, who is now officially the Master Chief. Glittering, bulbous eyes protruded from skull-like hollows and the alien's elongated head. The Master Chief had read the UNSC's first contact scenarios. They called for cautious attempts at communication. He couldn't imagine communicating with something like this thing. It reminded him of the carrion birds on Reach, vicious and unclean. The creature stood there, frozen for a moment, staring at the human interlopers. Then it screeched and reached for something on its belt, its movements darting and bird-like. It's not even an elite, it's a jackal. What the heck? Wait, what sound did it make? I'm thinking of Reach. It's the... Fuck, what's the sound? Fuck. I'm too retarded brain. What the fuck? Something like that, right? What the fuck? The Spartans shouldered their weapons and fired a trio of bursts with pinpoint accuracy. Armor-piercing rounds tore into the creature, shredding its chest and head. It crumpled into a heap without a sound, dead before it hit the deck. Thick blood oozed from its corpse. That was easy, Sam remarked. He nudged the creature with his boot. They sure aren't as tough at their ships. Let's hope it stays that way, John replied. I'm getting a radiation reading this way, Kelly said. She gestured deeper into the vessel. They continued down the corridor and took a side branch. Kelly dropped a nav marker, and its double blue triangle pulsed once on their heads-up display. They stopped at another set of pressure doors. Sam and John took up flanking positions to cover her. Kelly punched the same buttons she had punched before, and the doors slid apart. Another of the creatures was there. It stood in a circular room with crystalline control panels and a large window. This time, however, the vulture-headed creature didn't scream or look particularly surprised. This one looked angry. The creature held a claw-like device in its hand, leveled at John. A claw-like device? What could that be? John and Kelly fired. Bullets filled the air and pinged off a silver shimmering barrier in front of the creature. A bolt of blue heat blasted from the claw. The blast was similar to the plasma that had hit the Commonwealth and boiled a third of it away. The bolt sizzled over their heads. Sam dove forward and knocked John out of the blast. I was about to so the words say the blast's path, but my mouth combined blast and path together. Sam dove forward and knocked John out of the blast's path. The energy burst caught Sam in the side. The reflective coating of his Mjolnir armor flared. He fell, clutching his side, and still managed to fire his weapon. John and Kelly rolled on their backs and sprayed gunfire at the creature. Bullets peppered the alien, each one bouncing and ricocheting off its energy shield. John glanced at his ammo counter. Half gone. "Keep firing," he ordered. The alien kept up a stream of answering fire. Energy blasts hammered into Sam, who fell to the deck, his weapon empty. John charged forward and slammed his foot into the alien's shield and knocked it out of line. He jammed the barrel of his rifle into the alien's screeching mouth and squeezed the trigger. The armor-piercing rounds punctured the alien and spattered the back wall with blood and bits of bone. John rose and helped Sam up. "I'm okay," Sam said, holding his side and grimacing. "Grimacing? He's drinking the grimace shake." "Just a little singed." The reflective coating on his armor was blackened. "You sure?" Sam waved him away. John paused over the remaining bits of the alien. He spotted a glint of metal, an arm guard, and he picked it up. He tapped one of the 3 buttons on the device, but nothing happened. He strapped it onto his forearm. Dr. Halsey might find it useful. Dr. Halsey might find it useful. Here we go. They entered the room. The large window was a half-meter thick. It overlooked a large chamber that descended 3 decks. A cylinder ran the length of the chamber, and red light pulsed along its length, like a liquid sloshing back and forth. Under the window on the side rested a smooth angled surface. Under the window on their side rested a smooth angled surface, perhaps a control panel. On its surface were tiny symbols, glowing green dots, bars and squares. "That's gotta be the source of the radiation," Kelly said, and pointed to the chamber beyond. "Their reactor. Or maybe a weapons system." Another alien marched near the cylinder. It spotted John. A silver shimmer appeared around it. It screeched and wobbled in alarm, then scrambled for cover. "Is that a grunt? Is that the first grunt? Is that him?" A silver shimmer appeared around it. Okay, so it could be a grunt with another plasma shield, or it could be another jackal. It screeched and wobbled in alarm, then scrambled for cover. I kind of want to imagine that it's a grunt, so he can do the grunt screaming sound. "Trouble," John said. "I've got an idea." Sam limped forward. "Hand me those warheads." John did as he asked. So did Kelly. "We shoot out that window, set the timers on the warheads, and toss them down there. That should start the party." "Let's do it before they call in reinforcements," John said. They turned and fired at the crystal. It crackled, splintered, and then shattered. "Toss those warheads," Sam said, "and let's get out of here." John set the timers. Three minutes, he said. "That'll give us enough time to get topside and get away." He turned to Sam. "You'll have to stay and hold them off. That's an order." "What are you talking about?" Kelly said. "Sam knows." Sam nodded. "I think I can hold them off that long." He looked at John and then Kelly. He turned and showed them the burn on the side of his suit. There was a hole the size of his fist, and beneath that the skin was blackened and cracked. He smiled, but his teeth were gritted in pain. "That's nothing," Kelly said. We'll get you patched up in no time. Once we get back." Her mouth slowly dropped again. "Exactly," Sam whispered. "Getting back is going to be a problem for me." "The hole, John reached out to touch it. "We don't have any way to seal it." Kelly shook her head. If I step off this boat, I'm dead from the decompression," Sam said and shrugged. "No," Kelly growled. "No, everyone gets out alive. We don't leave teammates behind." "He has his orders," John told Kelly. "You've got to leave me," Sam said softly to Kelly. "And don't tell me you'll give me your suit. It took those techs on Damascus 15 minutes to fit us. I wouldn't even know where to start to unzip this thing." "Well, he can unzip one thing and help her, and she can give him one last parting gift." I wouldn't even know where to start to unzip this thing." John looked to the deck. The chief had told him he'd have to send his men to their deaths. He didn't tell him it would feel like this. "Don't waste time talking," Sam said. Our new friends aren't going to wait for us. Our new friends aren't going to wait for us while we figure this out." He started the timers. "There, it's decided." A 3-minute countdown appeared in the corner of the A 3-minute countdown appeared in the corner of their heads-up display. "Now, get going, you two." John clasped Sam's hand and squeezed it. Kelly hesitated, then saluted. John turned and grabbed her arm. "Come on, Spartan. Don't look back." The truth was, it was John who didn't dare look back. What the heck? The truth was, it was John who didn't dare look back. If he had, he would have stayed with Sam. Better to die with a friend than leave him behind. But as much as he wanted to fight and die alongside his friend, he had to set an example for the rest of his Spartans and live to fight another day. John and Kelly pushed the pressure doors shut behind them. "Goodbye," he whispered. The countdown timer ticked. The seconds. This is such a weird way to cut inexorably. It's like right in the middle of the word. The countdown timer ticked the seconds off inexorably. 2:35. They ran down the corridor, popped the seal on the outer door. The atmosphere vented. 1:05. They climbed up through the twisted metal canyon that the Mac round had torn through the hull. 33 seconds. "There," John said and pointed to the base of a charged... "There," John said and pointed to the base of a charged pulse laser. They crawled through it, waited as the glow built to a lethal charge. 12 seconds. They crouched and held on to one another. The laser fired. The heat blistered John's back. They pushed off with all their strength, multiplied through the Mjolnir armor. 0 seconds. The shield parted and they cleared the ship, hurtling into the blackness. The Covenant ship shuddered. Flashes of red appeared inside the hull. Fuck. This time it's not even there. This time, hole and hull are not even next to each other. He just conditioned me to expect hull first. Fuck this guy. The Covenant ship shuddered. Flashes of red appeared inside the hole. Flashes of red appeared inside the hole. Then a gout of fire rose. And ballooned, but curled downward as it hit and rebounded off their own shield. The plasma spread along the length of their vessel. The shield shimmered and rippled silver, holding the destructive force inside. Metal glowed and melted. The pulse laser turrets absorbed into the hull. The hull blistered, bubbled, and boiled. The shield finally gave. The ship exploded. Kelly clung to John. 1,000 molten fragments hurled past them, cooling from white to orange to red, and then disappearing into the dark of the night. Sam's death had shown them that the Covenant were not invincible. They could be beaten, at a high cost, however. John finally understood what the chief had meant, the difference between a life wasted and a life spent. John also knew that humanity had a fighting chance, and he was ready to go to war. And that is the end of chapter 14. Section 3, Sigma Octanus. Or is it Octanus? Or is it Octanus? My instinct is to pronounce it Octanus, but like Eridanus, it could be Octanus. And the what was I calling these again? The potential cover, the rejected cover art in this one, once again has 3 Spartans. The Master Chief is about half the height of the image, and then behind him at about maybe 10 to 15% height, there are 2 Spartans, one to his left and one to his right behind him. And they're like charging forward toward the camera, toward us. And then behind them, there is the silhouette of some kind of ruins. It could be like a spaceship or a building or a pelican or something. And then there's some brightness, probably to signify like an explosion or something behind the Master Chief in those ruins. And the title for this one, for this picture, is Momentum. But this is where we will end for today. At page 150, at the end of section 2. That's fun. So the first 2 times I read about 30 pages per day, and this time I read about 50. I guess there were technically 2 chapters that were longer than 10 pages, so that may have helped push us pretty far forward compared to last time, where it was mostly like 6 to 8 pages per chapter. Okay, let me pull up. I think I want to finish that episode of the Bigfoots to this one. Episode 796 of Sasquatch Chronicles, The Standoff. There's still about another 40 minutes left. And I also have to make up for that god-awful run that I had earlier. Because I had to face off against... to be fair, it was partly my fault. I had to face off against 2 wandering vagrants because I set off the shrine of the mountain. Maybe if I was only facing 1, it could have been doable, but with 2 in that tiny part of the map, I think I'd have to get extremely lucky or super good items. But But yeah, that'll be it for Halo for today. We will continue next time. Let's see. It is now Thursday here. I don't know if I'm going to stream again later today on Thursday or tomorrow on Friday, but I will definitely be doing birthday stream on Saturday. So probably read some Halo on Saturday. I need to make a thumbnail with like Master Chief, and he has like a birthday hat. So I'll see if I can get started on that a little earlier than typical, which is like 10 minutes before stream when I start making my thumbnails. Okay, let's go back a couple minutes here on this episode, and we will continue.
I also know where to aim, at least on a person, to put them down and put them down quick so you can move on to the next target. I don't feel that I was any more brave because I was ready to crap my pants. I was ready to throw up and throw in the towel. But I felt that feeling plenty of times before in combat situations. I don't know too many people that have been in combat situations where they didn't feel that level of fear. But you have to continue to function, otherwise you're toast.
So you step out of the trailer, and you have your light and you have your gun and everything, and there's these two hulking creatures there standing. Can you kind of describe the first two that you saw?
They were very similar in size and very similar.
Hulking? This isn't Marvel. What the heck? Look, it's an Elmo. It's an elite.
In the way that they looked. I would say that they were between 8 and 9 feet tall. Their shoulders were easily 4 feet wide. Easily. The one that was standing on the left was a dark brown chestnut color. I say that because I recall whenever I would see horses, I don't know horses, but whenever I would see horses on TV, my dad or my wife who know horses would say, yeah, that's a chestnut color. So it was a chestnut color. It had hair from the top of its head all the way down to its feet. I don't remember if it was like a hobbit and had hair on the top of its feet. The hair looked like it was about 4, maybe 5 inches long, all over its body. The neck and head and face was covered in this 4 to 5 inch hair. The shoulders and down its arms and down its legs, the hair looked longer. Not as thick, though. It was more wispy. It was maybe 8 to 10 inches long. And I would say that one was 800 pounds minimum. One on the right, the hair was a little darker, but the face was lighter. The one on the, okay, let me go back to the one on the left. The one on the left, the skin that I could see on its palms and on its face was dark brown, almost like a Hershey bar, chocolate bar. It was dark brown. They both had a very pronounced eyebrow ridge, which made it would have made its eyes seem like they were sunken, but I think because the eyebrow ridge was so protruding, I don't think the eyes were sunken in conjecture with the rest of its face. Their faces were wide, really wide, like not to. This is in no way meant to be racist at all, but whenever you look at a lot of Asians' faces, their faces are really.
What? Okay, look. If you didn't preface it with that, then it would have. Oh my goodness! I don't mean to sound racist, but I'm gonna sound racist here.
Really wide, like not to. This is in no way meant to be racist at all, but whenever you look at a lot of Asians' faces, their faces are really wide and flat. That's the way these faces were. Not chubby cheek, just wide and flat with a pronounced brow ridge. I didn't notice ears. The hair went all the way up its neck, right up to its bottom lip. But I didn't notice any hair on its upper lip unless it was really faint. The nose looked like a mushroom nose or a button nose that you would see on a person, but the nostrils were a lot wider. The nostrils probably went out an inch on either side of its nose. Nostrils pointed down, not out. To me, it did not look like an ape. I've heard people say they look like ape. There was nothing protruding the way an ape has its mouth, jaw, nose area protruding out from the rest of its face. There was none of that. Its lips were really thin. Its eyes were bigger than a human's eyes, really dark. I couldn't pick a color. I could see whites on either side when their eyes got big, but their eyes were really close together. It seemed closer together than what it should be, to make the symmetry of its face the way, in comparing it to a human face, I guess.
These items seem pretty good so far. I got a little bit of armor, I got some bleed, I got some crit. So hopefully this is a good run.
Its hairline started about an inch above its brow ridge. The one on the right, very similar in appearance.
Hair patches?
The lips were fuller. The skin was lighter, but its hair was a little darker. The hair was a darker brown, and its skin was, I had told you before, the only color I can compare it to that people would understand was like cardboard box color, was the color of its skin. I didn't pay any attention to the feet. I really didn't pay any attention to their hands. I was watching body and head. That one was slightly taller than the one on the left. I don't know that they looked very similar, but not exactly alike. That one didn't have as much hair on its face. Again, the hair did not come, instead of going all the way up to its bottom lip, the hair came up to the chin and stopped, but it was all down it was longer hair, 4 to 5 inches, all down the front and sides of the neck, the sides of the face, but it didn't really go up past the chin on its face. The one that I had appeared to the left that I saw toward the end of the encounter was massive. It was probably the biggest living thing that I've ever seen outside of a zoo. It was easily, I would estimate it as between 10 and a half and 11 feet tall. Using my truck as a comparison, it was as wide at the shoulder as the hood of my truck. But it looked at me from over my truck, I said earlier, but it wasn't looking at me from over the hood of my truck. It was looking at me from over the cab. And I could easily see half of its body, the upper half of its body, from over the cab of my truck. It was the biggest thing I've ever seen. It appeared all black. I could see the face. I could slightly see the facial features, but the hair looked black and the skin looked black. And I only saw it for such a brief time that I didn't really get a good description of it. Its face wasn't shiny. None of their face seemed to have that oil that we get on our face. They weren't shiny. They were dull, like their skin didn't emit oil the way our skin emits oil. It was quite a presence once I saw it. The presence that I saw visually did not match the presence I perceived on the far side of the backhoe. Perception-wise, it seemed like it was a lot smaller because it wasn't making as much. It was making noise. I could hear it, but not as much noise as it moved. But I didn't hear it move from the side of the backhoe back to the backside of my truck, and I didn't hear it move whenever it backed away into the dark. So I don't know how something that big moved like that without making any noise. But my ears were still ringing from the adrenaline of the encounter, from the roar scream of both these other things.
I can empathize with that, because what the heck? I'm using this desk, bro. What the heck? You can't lay here. You can't lay here. I can empathize. I can empathize with that because recently, for some reason, I think it's because this mic has ever so slightly a little bit of a hiss and static, and my monitor is plugged, my hearing monitor is plugged into the mic directly, and so maybe it's because I'm always constantly hearing that hiss when I'm streaming. So sometimes when I end the stream, the hissing and the ringing in my ears is actually pretty strong.
And
but what? Yeah, she leaned on the spacebar and then played and then paused again the video. What the heck? Why you like this? Why you like this? Stay over here. Look, come play with the Pikachu. Look, it's your Pikachu. It's me. It's your Sam. Don't you know your own Sam? Come on. Sleep right here. I'm gonna have to just take this off here. Make it a lap keyboard. I think if I keep it here at the edge, she's gonna still want to try to play with it, but we'll see. We will see.
From the growl, so maybe I just didn't identify it. Maybe I was probably most definitely in shock.
Well, let me ask you, John, the male that was over by your truck, what do you think it was doing? I mean, I know that you don't know and I don't know. I'm very curious on your opinion because as I listened to you talk about the male over by your truck, It kind of sounds like it was trying to ambush you. That's what I get from it.
Tactically speaking, I think that's exactly what he was doing. My attention was focused ahead of me, and it was going to move to get behind me. To me, thinking tactically, that's exactly what it was doing. I mean, I doubt he was heading toward my trailer to rummage around in my potato chips. You know, I think he was moving around behind me. But at the same time, again, that's speculation, because this thing's size, it could have easily jumped over the trailer and the backhoe and been at me a lot faster than moving around behind the back of the trailer of the backhoe. It could have come over the backhoe and been on me faster. So I don't know what it was doing, but I'm glad it didn't do what it was planning to do.
Yeah, you and me both, John. You and me both. I want to ask you, you see these two creatures next to the hole. Did you get the impression that it was two males, or was it did you get any sort of impression as far as gender?
I think one was definitely female. I think the one that was reaching down into the hole was definitely a female. I didn't see genitalia in the natural sense
Two
of
stealth
the bottom
kits.
half of the male-female genitalia. It didn't have breasts that were apparent like in the Patterson Gimlin film. Its chest looked more like a female athlete, like a female weightlifter. It didn't really have so much as breasts as it did big pecs, but I could identify the nipples through the hair because its skin was lighter, and that one's nipples actually protruded out a little bit through the hair.
Wow, he's a pervert.
So
He just wants to see
I
the
identified that one as
Bigfoot's
female.
nipples.
The one next to it could have been male or female. I don't know, but the one that was to the right, to my right, looking across the hole at them, I perceived as either the sibling or the mother of the little one that was down in the hole.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious on what the little one in the hole looks like. Before we get into that, when you were sitting there looking at these two things relatively close, I mean, you step out of your trailer and bam, they're right there. Was there anything that stood out to you as far as how they were proportioned, or anything physically that kind of that really stays with you?
Yes, their heads were as big as a 5-gallon bucket. The two
What
across the way,
the
the big male one you called a male, which I can only assume was a male as well, probably the alpha.
Their heads are as
His
big
head
as
was
a
much bigger,
5-gallon
but the two
bucket?
across the way, their heads were as big as a 5-gallon bucket. Their arms,
That's
I've
pretty
heard it said
big.
that their arms go down past their knees. These did not. Their arms were long in proportion. They were longer than a human's arms in proportion to its body. They hung down almost to its knees, but the knees were lower. They both
Kinda sounded like he said it hangs lower than a human's arse, but he said arms.
had very long legs, but the proportion of the legs, the thigh length was a lot longer than the shin length. So the shins were probably no bigger than my shins, but their thighs were twice the length of my thighs. So their knees appeared lower on their legs than it would be for a human being. Although the height of their legs seemed to generate from their thighs, not so much from their shin areas or their lower calf areas. Again, I didn't get a good look at their feet. I could not identify if their feet were big, small, if they had hair on top, if they were the same color as the rest of them. I really wasn't focusing. But in the picture snap of my mind that I took of their body features, their legs were long, but not in proportion. They were definitely much bigger in upper body, lengthwise, from their neck to their waist. But their legs were, and maybe their legs just appeared long because of the proportions, but the upper leg was definitely a lot longer than the lower leg. And they were very, my father was one of those people that, he was 6'1" and all of his height was in his torso, short bow-legged man with a long torso. And that's what these things look like. The legs were shorter than their upper body, and their thighs were longer than their lower leg.
Yeah, that's a fascinating detail, John, and that's kind of what I saw too. And I really think that they're proportioned that way to drop down on all fours. We're not built to be on all fours. It's mainly because of our knees. If you think about it, where our knee placement is at, and I kind of think that's how they're able to drop down all fours. And I kind of think that's why they walk in such a weird gait, because of the knee placement. Yeah, fascinating detail. What did the one in the hole look like?
Well, I'll say it because I can't identify it was a boy. In my mind, I've equated it to be a little boy, but I don't know for certain what gender it was. It was about 4 feet tall. Proportionately, it looked just like the bigger ones, only smaller. Its body was shaped like theirs, but in proportion to if it was only 4 feet tall. Long arms, really long hair coming down over its hands, along its shoulders. No hair on its face whatsoever. Really extended brow ridge. His hair was darker than I told you on the phone earlier, if you've ever seen that 1970s TV show Land of the Lost, there was a little like caveman boy that was friends with one of.
Land of the Lost. I'm assuming it's like a fictional thing, not like a historical compendium of Bigfoots. Let's go check it out. Land of the Lost. Season 1, Episode 1. It might get me copy striked on YouTube, so we will only sporadically put the music on, the audio on.
To the cave.
My first instinct is to... it reminds me of Gilligan's Island. Oh, like this? Okay. Yeah, he's literally the little Bigfoots boy that he mentioned. The little monkey boy. He's right here. What? It's a dinosaur. He's spooked. Look. His feet are shaking. He's carrying the little monkey boy. Where's that dinosaur? I want to see the dinosaur again. Maybe this is like a little grunt, and then the dinosaur is like the jackal. Oh, what the fuck? Roar! It's a dinosaur. Roar! That's pretty cool. Okay, so it is not it is not a show that I would watch. But it reminds me of Gilligan's Island, and when I was a kid, maybe somewhere between 6 to 10 years old, on weekends, before the Saturday morning cartoons would come on, sometimes I would wake up at like 4 a.m. or something, like way early. I think they started at like 7 o'clock, 7 or 8 o'clock. The Saturday morning cartoons would start. So I would wake up earlier than that sometimes. And I would turn on the TV because I wanted to have my cartoon shows. But it was too early. And what was playing instead was Gilligan's Island. And I don't think I was the target audience for that show. Gilligan's Island, American sitcom. Let's see. Gilligan's Island's American sitcom created aired September 1964 to April 1967. The series follows the comedic adventures of 7 castaways as they try to survive on an island where they are shipwrecked. Most episodes revolve around the dissimilar castaways' conflicts and their unsuccessful attempts to escape their plight, with Gilligan usually being responsible for their failures. Yeah, it does seem, based off what I understood, that this was... it wasn't necessarily like lewd or anything, or for adults in that way, but it was for adults in terms of the humor. But I think the intro for this show was like a kind of cartoony, and so and so I tried to watch it a little bit, but then the real people came on, and it wasn't a cartoon, so I got pretty bored. Gilligan's Island intro. And I think also the Gilligan character's outfit reminded me of like a cartoon. Is this the only intro that exists? Was it really black and white? I thought for sure it was in color. Or did I see a colored up version of it? I don't know. whatever. Enough with the Gilligan's Island.
Of the kids on that show, and its name was Chaka, and it looked like that. No hair on its face. Its hair was darker than the hair of that character on that show, but it looked very, very similar to that little caveman kid on that TV show from back in the 70s. Hair covered its body. Its chest didn't have as much hair on it as the adults did. Its face, next to no hair on it, but it had hair on its neck all the way up to like where your chin starts coming out. Had hair all the way up its neck, but none on its chin, none on its face, none on its cheeks. But it started again about an inch above its brow ridge, and went back, and had all of them had like twigs and sticks and things like they had been foraging through the undergrowth. The little one had long arms to the point that in a 12-foot hole, it was able to reach up and grasp the hand of the one that was laying. It had gone back down into military term front lean and rest position, like it was going to do a push-up. It never laid on the ground. It just kind of got back down on the ground and reached down in there, and they were able to clasp hands without the little one jumping. So it's that's what it looked like.
Yeah, it's a good description. I'll have to put that Chaka up underneath this episode. But the other question I want to ask you, John, is did you ever hear, I mean, you're hearing the big creatures vocalize. Did the small one ever make any sort of vocalization?
The little one was the one that was creating the sound that I mistook for a screaming woman. Because it was still doing that up until the time that I got to the pit. When it saw me at the hole, it stopped. But looking across as I was running up, it was obviously not the two that were across the way. And from the roar, yell, scream thing that they threw my direction, sounded nothing like what I would like the sound of a woman screaming. So I can only presume that sound was coming from the little one.
That's interesting because there have been several. Oh, fuck, I should have changed the items. I didn't like that one. In other interviews with other people who encountered the Bigfoots, there are mentions of screaming that sounds like it's a woman. And in this situation, it seems, if it's true, if it is a real story, and if this is how it actually happened, and if we are to conclude things logically, it seems as if it is the little baby one. Another stealth kit? Fuck the stealth kit. I already have two. I only need one stealth kit. Why are you giving me 3? It seems as if... What the Christ? As if it's the little baby is trapped. And that's what's causing the womanly screams. There was another episode, another interview he did with some people who were in an RV, and there was a woman screaming and in English asking for help right outside of the RV's door. And I think they even said that this other instance that the woman screaming tried to open the door from the outside and he had to hold it closed. But I don't think it's common for people to report that Bigfoots speak English, especially in such a way, in such a discernible and clear, articulate enough way where you can discern the words "help me" through an art. Another? They're giving me like 20 fucking stealth kits? What the game is rigged! Ow. Oh my goodness. This game is literally trolling me. I've literally never seen the game give me 4 stealth kits in one single run like that. And only 2 levels. So if it is the little baby that's trapped, who's screaming for the other Bigfoots to help him out of the hole of the hull, then that does make sense. It would also help explain other people who live out in the middle of nowhere, who hear what sounds like a woman screaming bloody murder in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere. that a little baby Bigfoots got stuck somewhere, and he's calling his parents or friends for help. But it doesn't track in the other instance where it's like trying to lure people, because those are two very clearly distinct, and I think I can clearly say conflicting circumstances. A Bigfoots screaming like a woman, asking for help from the other Bigfoots, versus a Bigfoots screaming like a woman to lure people toward the Bigfoots. So, could it be a skinwalker or a Wendigoon or Dogman who is imitating a woman screaming? Could those creatures have some skill in the English language in order to turn humans into food, make them victims? Curious, very curious.
On the hole because it couldn't get out.
Yeah, that's a really fascinating detail, John. You know, a lot of times people will say, I heard an 800-pound owl out in the woods, but they never say, I heard an 800-pound woman screaming in the woods. And it is a vocalization.
An 800-pound woman screaming in the woods. What is this, Alabama?
That a lot of eyewitnesses report, and you can pass some of them off as, well, it's probably they're hearing a feline or, you know, a fox, something like that, something making that noise. But in some cases, that's not true. That it does sound like a woman screaming in the woods. And that little bit of detail about it was coming from the little one. I mean, I'm really kind of taken back by it. I want to ask you, so you step out of your trailer and you expect to run into kids or people screwing with you. What's kind of going through your mind? I mean, you step out of the trailer and you're confronted, you're face to face with this. What's kind of going through your mind at this point?
Having grown up in the Pacific Northwest, you know, I had seen Bigfoot documentaries, you know, Unsolved Mysteries. I had seen the In Search of Bigfoot. I had seen the Patterson-Gimlin film on lots of shows. This was before I had ever seen any of the reality shows that are on TV about Bigfoot nowadays. It's one of those things where you grow up with it. You know, you've heard the stories like the Loch Ness Monster. You know, you've heard the stories like the Jersey Devil, Mothman, Bigfoot, it's Yeti. It's just one of those things that you put in your head. That's not happening here. It's somewhere else. I just presumed that there was one of them up to this point. You know, I hadn't really thought about it as an adult. As a kid, it's a campfire story Dad would tell, you know, about, you know, Bigfoot stories, you know, to scare kids and, you know, take them snipe hunting and get them scared to be out in the dark. Something that, you know, how we traumatize our children. I had never really given the idea of Bigfoot much thought as an adult. When I came out, I was expecting to see two or three kids, but that's not what I saw. And again, I only saw the two to begin with. It wasn't until I was up to the hole and stopped that I registered there was even something in the hole. It was the two that were on the far edge of the hole. The whole time I'm running up there, I'm thinking to myself, these aren't people. You need to stop. And, you know, by that point, I'm there. So it was a state of disbelief. I couldn't really believe what I was. You might as well had a unicorn standing on the far side. I could not comprehend what I was seeing. I knew what it was, but it's not like my mind said, "Oh, well, these are Bigfoot." Obviously, my mind was more saying, "This can't be what it is. This can't be." But here you are, face to face with it.
Yeah, and I know I said it before, John, but I really admire the way you handled the whole situation and how you were able to calculate what was going on and how quickly you calculated what was going on. You know, you were playing chess in a game of checkers, and I think you handled it really, really well. Why do you think the creatures didn't harm you?
I think they didn't kill me because I stopped posing a threat to them and to the little one. If I had to piece together in my mind what happened, the little one was out there playing around for the last few nights, banging on heavy equipment, and fell in that hole while it was goofing off. They were out there trying to get it. When I appeared, I was a threat to them initially, and then I became a big threat to one of their children or a small member of their group. And when I stopped, or I was willing to show that I will not be a threat to that, I think that, again, I can't reason to what they reason. I can't just assume they reason the way we do. When I appeared to no longer pose a serious threat to their little one, or to show that I was not going to shoot at the little one, they stopped being a threat to me, or they chose not to be a threat to me. If I chose not to be a threat to their little one or to them, they chose not to be a threat to me. Then it was like, you go your way, we'll go our way, and that'll be the end of it.
Yeah, it definitely shows a lot of intelligence on the creature's part, of not really making a bad situation worse, and they get their young one and they walk off. I want to ask you though, John. And I've always wanted to ask someone in your position what your feeling on this is. So, in a lot of encounters, people will talk about infrasound. They call it, I was zapped. Which, who knows if it's infrasound or if it's fear. A lot of times when these things vocalize, people describe it as being hit with a sound wave, and there's a feeling of being tired or exhausted afterwards. Some people feel nauseous or sick after being that close and having one of these things vocalize. And I've wondered, is it fear? They're seeing something that really shouldn't exist. Is it fear and that adrenaline dump, or is it something more? When these things vocalized and you had that feeling of being exhausted, do you think it was fear, or do you think there was more to it?
Yes, I do. One of the things that I left out whenever I had talked to you before was when they scream roared, or whatever, I'm just going to call it a scream roar. When they did that,
The stun
it
roar.
almost felt like a strong wind was hitting me in the face. Now, I didn't have to take a step back to steady myself for fear of being blown over, but it felt like that kind of pressure hit me from the front. The fear I felt was both fear and adrenaline, but I don't think that I was dumping the adrenaline. When the encounter was over and for the next 2 days, I felt exhausted. I did not feel ill. I didn't feel nauseous. My appetite was just as like it had been. I just felt tired. I felt fatigued, like I was coming out of having the flu. But I'm not sick. I have no energy. It's consuming my energy to get up and, walk to the bathroom and back. It just seemed to zap all my energy out of me for days.
Yeah, did you have any sort of feeling of being disoriented afterwards?
Well, I don't feel that I felt any more disoriented. I felt disoriented when they screamed at me, but I didn't feel disoriented. My orientation came back as I was in the encounter. It's like I feel they attempted to disorient me, but what they were blasting me with fear, if that's what they were doing, I felt that level of fear before. And it's not having the desired effect because I know how to deal with it. I've been through it. So I felt very disoriented. I felt very dizzy, nauseous. I just want to lay down. But that quickly passed, and I was right back in the encounter. And it never came back while I was in the encounter. It just hit me that one time, and then I was in it.
I hear you. In that moment in time, John, did you feel like you were dealing more with an animal? Did you feel like you were dealing more with a human being? What was kind of your impression as far as these things?
They didn't strike me as being more human. They didn't strike me as being more animal. They, if I had to label it, they are a thing all unto themselves. When they screamed at me, I did notice that their teeth were flat. I didn't see any canines. I've heard of that before, but I didn't see, there was no snout, there was no canines, there was nothing like that. Like I said, their faces were wide but flat, a protruding nose, mouth same level as its cheeks and the upper face area. But I believe that they have the ability to reason. I believe they have the ability to methodically do things, both individually and as a group. At least they seem to. They were obviously communicating with each other some way, because the one that, like I said, the one on the other side of the backhoe stopped moving when the one across the way put his hand on the shoulder of the other one. It's like that was the motion to stop doing what you're doing. But these things, they're.
I forgot to mention earlier when he. Oh, I forgot. I ate him. When he first mentioned that the other Bigfoot told the one who was about to charge to stop, he put his hand, or she put her hand on his shoulder. when he illustrated how that looked, the first thing I thought of was that Dragon Ball Z meme where Goku is is saying, "No, stop, don't do it." And then the meme is when you're about to say something that you shouldn't say, don't do it.
I told you earlier, they're feral. I believe that there's more intelligence there than any other animal in the world, outside of human beings. They had appeared to have an intelligence level, a compassion level, forethought, the ability to strategize, the ability to think and to change their action. But they were very feral. There was nothing about these things that would not have thrashed me from limb from limb. they weren't necessarily more beast than man, and they weren't necessarily more man than beast. They were something utterly different. They were their own category.
Yeah, I hear a lot of people say that. It's kind of hard to disagree with it. So you leave the property. Do you tell anyone? And what kind of happened with this property?
Other than you, and believe me, it took me a long time to decide back and forth whether or not I should email you.
I can't see the screen. She's sitting up here. With she's up. She's not laying down. She's sitting here and she's blocking my screen. Patches. I can't see. I can't see, bro.
I had only told two other people, my wife and my cousin, and one of me telling one of those people, it kind of turned up to bite me in the butt. I packed up my truck. I headed back to Portland. That was on a Friday. My cousin was supposed to come out and do some work on Saturday. I told him and my wife, they were both at the house that night, and I told them both what had happened. And they were full of questions. I answered what I could. I told them I never want to go back out there again. I don't want the property, but that was something for my wife and I to discuss more later. Unbeknownst to me, my cousin had contacted a bunch of groups from the internet, local groups, and had some of them out. I did find
Groups from the
footprints
internet.
in the dirt pile because I went back out Saturday, and my cousin had talked to researchers and gone out there Friday night with researchers, and they had made casts, unbeknownst to me, on my property, and that kind of angered me. When I was back out there Saturday, I had asked my uncle not to pick up the backhoe, and I asked him to bring in like a front end loader, because I decided to I'm getting rid of this property. I wanted the hole filled back in. I asked him if he could bring some equipment out to push the dirt back into the hole. While we were out there, and I'm showing my wife what I had found, and we were looking around. Some of the researchers that my cousin had contacted and had already had out there showed up in three cars, or three. It was two vans and a pickup. And they just start unloading equipment right next to the fifth wheel. And one of them come up and started talking to me. And I was like, you need to get the hell out of here. I didn't give you, you're trespassing on private property. Your people are over there uninvited, unpacking equipment that I did not say you could unpack.
Oh my goodness,
and all for what? So you can walk around the woods yelling at the top of your lungs and banging sticks with trees?
Yahoo!
You need to pack up and get out of here. This is private property. I didn't invite you, and I'm going to call the sheriff to get the sheriff out here. And they packed up and left. And then, of course, they said, well, your friend invited us out. We were here yesterday. And that's when I found out that my cousin had already had people out there. So he and I are still on shaky terms. And this was, back in 2014. I thought he took advantage of what I told him. And I told him not to tell anybody else. And if he did, I'd deny it. And, then because of that, I felt very wary of telling anybody else. I don't want to be on TV. I don't want, I'm not trying to, I asked you not to use my real name because
I don't want to be on TV is on the Bigfoots podcast show. Something doesn't quite add up, mister.
I don't want notoriety from this.
Oh, there he goes again.
I'm telling you, I agree to come on your show as a warning to people that, in my experience, these are not big, kind, fuzzy forest creatures. These things are killers, and they would have torn me apart if I had given them the reason to. They could have done it anyway. But these are not tame little animals that you can turn into pets. These are feral creatures. And I don't want anybody going out to where this has happened. First of all, because it's right next to a national park. And I don't want people getting hurt. These things could have seriously hurt me. And I don't want people getting hurt.
It's good advice. It's really, really good advice. How did this affect you after this encounter?
We sold the property. I never wanted to go back out there again. I only went, when I did go, I probably went out there two more times after this happened. Once to watch my husband or my uncle fill in the hole, and
his husband. He married his uncle. Sorry, how do you Freudian slip uncle into husband? Hold on a second here. How do you do that? What the heck? I don't know if I. Oh my god. I literally almost died from 4 of these stony, hard stone bastards. How do you Freudian slip husband into uncle? I don't know. It's not like if I ever. Oh my god, she keeps spawning. It's not like if I ever misspeak when I'm saying stuff on stream or anything. Nuh-uh, not me, nuh-uh.
second time to put a padlock on the gate and to get in contact. Luckily, the person who sold me the property was somebody that I knew. I knew him well. He was willing to just forego the deal like it never happened. And he reimbursed me the money that I had put as a down payment on the property. He understood. He didn't say whether or not he had had experiences. I just said something happened out there. I don't feel safe, and I don't want. There's no way I can live there, and I'm never going back out there again. So there's no point in me buying it. And he got it. He said, okay, if that's the way you feel. And so that all worked out. We're still friends to this day. I've never talked to him about the experience. We sold the property, and I'm wary. I still go to the woods. I don't ever go by myself. I realize that every weapon that I had with me, there's probably nothing that would have done any good against it. I still enjoy hiking with my wife, and I definitely take my dogs with me as an early warning sign. The sidearm I carry now is a Desert Eagle 50 cal, because I figure if any handgun has the ability to puncture a hole, if it's possible, it's going to be that 50 cal. I'm wary in the woods.
He graduated straight up into a deagle. Where the fuck is this boss? Oh, is it right here? No, that's just his mushroom. What the heck? Where's the boss?
Only go places where there's large groups of people, or there's a lot of normal, amounts of people that are there. I don't think these things tend to go, at least from one experience I had. I was the only one out there. I think that if it's in like campgrounds or parks, like on the Sandy River, where lots of people congregate, it's in the woods, but it's, a lot of people there. I don't think they really bother too many people. They're not going to make their presence known. I tend to only move through the woods when my dogs are with me, when I'm armed, and when I'm not by myself. I still enjoy fishing. I still enjoy camping, but I camp where there's a lot of other people camped. I no longer go out in the middle of nowhere by myself anymore. I did not expect this to happen. It changed my outlook on how to keep myself safe, how to keep my loved ones safe. So it's like your world changes. You have to shift your worldview whenever you have a face-to-face encounter with these things, as I'm sure you know. It's like my new paradigm is the way I saw the world plus this. I didn't see any of the other things that people have equated. There were no UFO sightings, and I've been living out there for a month and a half. There were no strange lights in the sky. There was no orbs. There was no smell. I didn't get that smell that people talk about. I didn't get any of that. So maybe every experience is different. My worldview is the same. With these things are out there, and I'm not sure what they are.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier, John. And I ask everyone, what do you think Sasquatch is? And there's no wrong answer, but what does your gut tell you as far as what these things are?
Just like I explained to you earlier, if you look at like old documentaries or even new documentaries on the evolution of like our ancient ancestors, we're a spoke off that tree. Homo sapiens sapiens, human beings, Neanderthals, Cro-Magnon man, Gigantopithecus. I don't know that that's what this is. If you go back, Australopithecus, all these different hominid species that have branched off, most of them died out or been killed out. I think that this was just another branch off of this path that Homo sapiens sapiens are on that did not die out and was not killed out. I believe we share a common ancestor way back before either one of us, and lots of things have branched off of this through evolution of man, and I think this is just another branch off. It's not us. It never was us. It's just another branch off of the long sordid history of humankind. I don't think it's ever going to evolve into us. I don't think we're ever going to evolve into it. It's just another offshoot of this family tree of ours. And it was probably thought that it died out a long time ago, and it didn't. I don't think it's something that's been discovered through fossil records or I don't think we know anything about it. I think that the things that we do know about, this isn't it. But I think that this is in the same neighborhood.
Yeah, and you could be right, John. You definitely could be right. And I admire you for the way you handled this situation. And thank you again for your service to our country and just how you dealt with the whole thing. I think it is a great warning, your encounters.
Another. And look, more more old war stealth kits. They're fucking handing it out like it's lamb's bread or something. What the heck?
It's definitely a great warning to people out there. I think some people think that, these things are friendly forest giants, and I assure you, if you approach one, you're going to find out real quick they're not.
Yeah. I don't want to go looking for them. I could go the rest of my life and never see it again, and I would be just fine. I don't think people should go looking for them. I'm not a superhero, but I'm pretty level-headed. The military taught me to be. I was not prepared for what I encountered, and I don't think that anybody, as much preparation as these research or so-called research organizations think that they are, you're not prepared to deal with these things if they decide that they don't want you there.
Whoa.
But
Spitting
I hope that
flames.
everyone is careful. Like I said, I'm not seeking notoriety. I came on your show because I started listening to it a few weeks ago, and I like what you have to say. I like what the people that you have on the show say. I think that you treat them with respect. And I don't think that you are the type of researcher that goes out there just whacking sticks against trees and
Bunk.
yelling and acting a fool.
Bunk.
Because all I think that those people are doing is driving them off. You're not going to get a sighting that way. They're going to avoid you like the plague. But you respect people, Wes, and I appreciate that. And you are now the third person I've told this story to, and I'll probably never tell it again. This was very therapeutic for me to share it with you. What you choose to do with it is what you choose to do with it. What anybody chooses to do with it is up to them. And now I can put it behind me and move past it.
Yeah, well, thank you for the kind words, and thank you so much, John. I'm honored you would share it with me and with the audience. Thank you again for coming on. I really enjoyed chatting with you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You as well, John. And that's it for tonight, everyone. Remember, if you've had an encounter...
But they get copy striked. Oh my god. I will probably die in this map right here. I could make it through this one. What? My fucking healing drone is blocked. It's literally gonna get me killed. They already spawned like two non-boss bosses on me. More soda. Oh, I'm gonna get wrecked. I'm gonna get wrecked. Okay, well, I lived, but now I don't have anything to listen to. Actually, hold on. I do have something to listen to. I've been avoiding this video so I can listen to it on stream, and now I have a chance. And it's not an hour long like this. I will probably die at about a similar point in time when the video ends. He's got a couple of videos that he missed, and I think it unsubscribed me. What the heck? Okay, here we go.
Morning, Dwayne here, Dry Creek Wrangler School. So today is Thursday, and we got class here this week, and we got an extra student, so we got 6. Wound up just a booking situation, and but we've got a horse that's kind of lame, so we're short a horse. So Mama and Noah, my apprentice, took the ride out this morning. They're on about a 3-hour ride, and I thought, well, I'm a little behind on an upload, so I take this opportunity and make a video. So got a SMS Meerschaum. I love a Meerschaum pipe, and I'm smoking Mac Barian Original Choice in it. That's about one of the only Cavendish semi-aromatic blends that I'll smoke. But it's pretty mild and smooth today, so that's what we got going on. I know some of you guys will ask. You know, down at the ranch house, we've got a fire pit. Now it's not really a pit. It's one of those fire pits that you buy. We bought this one from Big R, and it's, you know, it's got the screen lid that you put on it, and we have fires down there quite a bit of an evening. But you know, when we're about done for the evening, we don't go get gallons of water and pour on the fire. We don't bring in a wheelbarrow of sand and start shoveling on the fire. There's different ways to put fires out. Usually what we do is we just sit there, and I ask them, they really like to feed wood to the fire. So I ask the ones who are going to stay out there, you guys are going to be up here much later? And they usually like, no, probably another hour. And because I leave early, I go down pretty early. I'm not a late night person. So I'll tell them, I'm like, well, we probably don't need to put any more wood on it then, because we don't want to go to bed with a big old fire out here left unattended. So what we do to put the fire out is we quit putting fuel on it. um, and the fire goes out. Now sometimes if we're ready to go to bed and there's a couple of logs down in there that's charred and still kind of burning and whatnot, we'll take a poker and we'll separate them out. Are you listening to what I'm saying? We'll separate them out. We'll take that one log and move it to this side, and take this log and move it to this side. And if they're not together, they'll both just burn out. And then we go on to bed. And you know, there's a lot of fires in life, and people think that the only way to put a fire out, whether it's a fire in a relationship, a fire in, you know, any kind of trouble, any kind of trial, is you've got to attack that fire. And you got to.
What if it's a fire in my balls? And it really, really, really burns. What if it's that kind of fire? Does that work too? Ah! Does your advice work for that too? What if it's a fire when I pee?
Pour water over it. You got to pour sand over it or whatever. But you know, sometimes the best way to stop a fire from burning is to stop feeding it.
Yes, that's very true.
And another way to put a fire out, you ever taken a candle and sitting there burning, and take a jar?
Yes, you suffocate it. I like this advice. There are lots of people in the world who are fires, and I definitely want to suffocate. Oh my god! Want to suffocate them and deprive them of the oxygen, which they so desperately desire.
Turn it upside down and put it over the candle, and the candle goes out. Why? Because another way to put fire out is to remove the oxygen. If you remove the oxygen, the fire goes out. You know, even a Proverbs says, this will probably won't be exact, but where there is no fuel, the fire goeth out. Where there is no wood, the fire goeth out. It's the same with our horses. You know, I saw a B movie. I'm not a big movie guy. I don't hardly watch movies, but I was on a plane or something.
You watched the B movie? The Jerry Seinfeld movie? Where Jerry Seinfeld is a bee, he wants to fuck that one woman? Where that one guy wants to get cucked by the bee? What the Christ? Oh my god.
Somewhere few years ago, and I saw a movie that had that wrestler, Stone Cold Steve Austin in it, and but he had a line in that movie, and guy came up and he looked at him and said, "Look, don't start none, won't be none." And it's amazing how much we can settle our life down and settle conflict down if we just kind of take that up as our mantra. Don't start none, won't be none. And somebody sits there and they'll build a fire, and you just look at it and you're like, I'm not adding wood to that fire. And so the fire will eventually go out. That conflict will go out if we stop adding fuel to it, or if we stop adding oxygen to it. It's going to just go out. And it works with people and it works with horses. You know, so many times we get in a fight with our horse, and the fight's not necessary.
Right,
It takes two to fight.
I don't think I'm going to win this one.
Or a horse, or whatever it is. It takes two to fight. And you know, a lot of times you can just, I'm not going to engage. And they're raging and they're foaming at the mouth and they're carrying on person or horse or whatever. And you're like, sorry, I'm not going to engage. I'm going to go do something else. I'm not fighting about this. And there is no fight. It goes out. One of my recent videos, I was talking about my new bay mare, Ray, and how we went to Jingle Inn, and it didn't work out the way I planned because she went on the fight. So we just stopped. That tobacco's a little bit moist. You can hear the moisture rattling down in the pipe there. So we stopped. I let the horses leave, and she wanted to charge after them, and she wanted to buck, and she wanted to kick, and she wanted to fight. And I'm like, no, we're not going to fight. And after a minute, she just settled down. It's like, okay. The horses came in, and then we followed in, and we got the job done, and we got it done without a fight. Well, you know, I've been thinking about that, and thought, you know, I wonder if I read that just a little bit too, if I read her right on that. Well, last week my son was here visiting for a day. He was here for 2 days, actually. And we came up here to get a horse. He took Reba the mule, those who know us and you follow, he took Reba the mule with him to Idaho up on the mountain because she just needs a bunch of work. And they were short some animals.
What?
And so we came up here to get her, and everything was out and they had to be jingled in. So I said, Jesse, why don't you take Ray and check her out for me, see what you think? And because he really wanted to ride, I said, and you go get them in. Well, it turns out he did the same thing.
Oh my.
Went out there, got them started, and when they took off, I saw him stop. They was way out there, but I saw him stop, and the horses come running in, and he messed with her for a little bit, and then he calmly came in. I asked him what happened. He said she wanted to fight, and he said I felt her bunch up. Now, I'll be the first one to sit here and admit Jesse sits a horse and rides bucking horses and everything way better than I do. He doesn't have the years as far as, you know, the horse, the psychology and the horse instinct and reading the horse quite to that degree, but he's an excellent horseman. And he rides a horse better than I do. And I thought, well, then I am justified, because if someone who sits a horse as well as Jesse does took the exact same approach in the exact same situation as I did, but it's like stopped and there is no fight. A lot of times you get in an arena or in a round pen or you're out and your horse is scared of fly spray, and you go to fly spray and they don't like it. They're not going to take it, and they kind of, and if you push it, you get on the fight, and there'll be a fire, but there doesn't have to be a fire. There doesn't have to be a fight. And now sometimes the fire gets so big and we didn't start it and there's nothing we can do about it. Now, I mean, you wake up and the house is smoking, you find out the kitchen's on fire, you're going to aggressively go in there and try to put the fire out. In a relationship, sometimes you have to do that. Sometimes the only way you can put the fire out is to attack it with everything you have. But that's rare. I mean, how often does your house catch on fire? You know, in the old days,
It depends who's
on the
cooking.
prairies, they'd have prairie fires, and they still do at times. And you know, a lot of times what the farmers would do, they would hitch up their plows real quick. They see the fire coming towards them. Well, they're not going to rush out there and fight that fire. They can't fight that fire. So they hitch up their plows and then just start plowing a ring around the homestead, around the house, or just in front of it, in between them and the fire. And they'll plow as much as they can get plowed between them and the fire. Well, the fire will burn into a point, and what happens when they plow is a plow turns the earth over. So all the dead grass, all of the fuel that the fire would burn, when the fire gets to that, there's no fuel. They just made that fuel disappear. They just turned it over, and fire won't burn the earth. And so the homesteads would be saved, the houses, the barns, the livestock, and everything would be saved, because they just went out there and just removed the fuel. Just remove the fuel. Just remove the fire. And there's too much, this world, man, there's just too much conflict. There's just too much. People are just going around and people are just so agitated, and they're angry at this person, and they're fussing with this person, and they're sniping back and forth on Facebook with this person. And
Facebook?
you know, if somebody just say, okay, and just remove, no, I'm not going to throw another stick of wood on that fire. I'm not going to. You're welcome.
Grandpa,
to believe
I gotta
and to
take
think
you with
what
your
you want to think,
password.
and I'm not obligated to get on here and to change your mind. It is not my obligation and my responsibility to change your mind. It happens all the time on not all the time. I'm not going to say that. Not near as much as it used to, but it happens quite often on the channel, on the YouTube channel, in the comments. Somebody get on. I had somebody, I don't know, last week or so get on, and they were a little bit scratchy about something, and they said something that was not accurate. And so I got on there and to explain myself and say, this is what this is where I was coming from, and this is what I was saying. And they came back on real quick, scratchy. And I said, well, you know what? You can believe what you want to believe. It's okay. I don't feel a responsibility.
Yeah, this is probably one of those things where, like, you know what? I am content not responding to YouTube comments, especially if I suspect it is either a bot or somebody who's trying to actually just be retarded and not actually, you know, make a good faith attempt at being at adding to the conversation. I think it's one of those things where you just gotta decide early on if you're gonna respond to all the comments or none of the comments. I think for me, it's just like, I assume everyone on the internet is a retard, unless I have some idea that they're an actual person who actually believes what they're saying, what they're typing out. If I have no way to verify if they're an actual person or bot or an AI or something, then my desire to engage rapidly decreases. that might be super useful for most people. Because otherwise, the slightest negative comment on the internet is gonna burn your soul to smithereens. Because your brain is gonna interpret that as a social signal that that you are not being accepted by the tribe, and then you're gonna torture yourself over it. And the internet is not a good place, especially from randoms, from which to receive a social feedback.
Sit here and discuss this with you. And they got back and said, well, I'm so disappointed. I thought we were going to have a dialogue and a conversation. No, you didn't. You thought we were going to have an argument. People are looking for an argument. And I'm not going to argue. I'm just not going to argue. And that's what you need. Many of you need to start developing this outlook in life. Don't start none. Won't be none. Don't engage. If you have a fire, if you have a little smoky, smoldering fire and it's there, all right, but it's not burning real good, if you'll take a bellows, something that blows air, and blow air down on that fire, all of a sudden it'll become a raging conflagration. Well, that's what discussions and conflict, that's exactly. Air is talking. It's just oxygen. It's just air, just talking. And, you know, a lot of times a conflict that doesn't necessarily need to be a conflict, something that's a minor disagreement, but somebody just can't shut up. And so they'll throw oxygen on that fire. And it becomes a...
Fucking preach. I find that the ability to hold your tongue and say nothing is incredibly powerful, because most people can't do it. And I think sometimes some people may use that against me as a criticism. It's like, you don't even talk. Yeah, because I don't have anything interesting to say. I don't have anything to contribute, so I don't have to talk. I wanted to say things that mean things. I don't want to say things that mean nothing. I am a firm believer in that one quote that's often ascribed to like every famous philosopher and every famous writer, every famous writer, that a fool speaks. Or I guess it's the other way around, technically. Where you would rather be someone who speaks because you have something to say, whereas a fool speaks because they have to say something. Doesn't matter what they say, just as long as they say something. They are uncomfortable with the silence. They are uncomfortable with their thoughts. They are uncomfortable with themselves. And I really think that's one of the biggest issues, based off my limited time alive and my limited experience with people. I think a lot of the issues, that I personally have with people, and a lot of the issues that I have with society in general, is that people aren't comfortable with themselves, and so they have to resort to external stimuli, external validation, external comforts, which it's actually really sad that we live in a time and place where we have extreme comfort and luxury and privilege and safety, but we are internally always in turmoil as individuals, and I don't know what could possibly be other than like religion as a very clear preset, pre-decided a set of beliefs and groundwork with which to conduct your life and your internal sense of stability, your ability to find out who you are, where you belong, what your role is in this world, in this life. And yeah, I think I am am very much in the camp that I don't care if I don't have anything to say. If I don't have anything that I don't feel is worth saying, then I won't say nothing. And it really bothers me when people take that, turn that, and turn my silence, my desire to choose when I speak, when they turn that into like a negative trait or a negative quality. It's like, nah, it's okay. I am comfortable with myself. I am comfortable with my thoughts. I am comfortable just chilling, not saying nothing. And I don't know. I think we need to develop some kind of a modern response to the constant internet stimuli. Because I think Zoomers are going to be really fucked if they don't find a way to control themselves internally and to regulate their own emotions, to regulate their own a sense of worth. But that's like 20 different topics all wrapped up into one concept from that one quote that he said.
The raging conflagration that never had to be. It just wasn't necessary. And you know, a horse a lot of times, if we just, you know, you can tell they'll get agitated, they'll get upset, they'll get cranky. Some horses more than others. That little bay mare will. I mean, she's got a spitfire little temper, and she's getting better, and she's coming along. And so what I do is I just, unless it gets a situation where I'm like, all right, she will just, if I meet her head to head, she'll just conflagrate, man. She'll get mad, and we're not going to get anything accomplished like that. So I'm like, no, I'm not gonna butt heads with you. I'm not gonna start anything. We'll just do a couple circles, and we'll just go around and just get your mind about you and just settle down, and we'll approach this again carefully and calmly. And so there's no fire. So there's no fight. The last podcast I did a subject that I knew was going to be, some folks are going to have a hard time with it. I thought about it for a long time. I chewed on it, meditated on it, and made sure that I understood what I was talking about. And so then I put the podcast on, and I had a friend call me. Now, this friend he is a friend, and he's a man I have tremendous respect for. He's a very learned man. He's a very thoughtful man. He's a studied man. He's together, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for him. And so he called me, and he had just listened to the podcast, and he was perfect.
Fuming.
Right? Very respectful,
Wow.
He was not contentious in any way. And so he called, and he's like, Dwayne, I think you missed the mark on this one, man. And so I said, well, what is it about it that you think I missed the mark? And he told me. And I said, well, I can see your side and how you can see that. But, you know, I understand what I was saying. And I think my position is I think it's correct from a lot of years of experience and a lot of years of study. And I don't have any kind of heartburn at all that you don't see it the way I see it. And so, you know, and it was all perfectly good. There was no fire. Now, if I had felt the need to aggressively defend my position, then I would have started a fire. I would have blown on something that would have turned into a fire.
You would have
But
blown
we
him?
had a difference of opinion on a religious question of all things, all right? But it was approached by two thoughtful, mature adults in a calm, respectful manner, and both of us were allowed to lay out how we see that particular subject from our particular side, and there wasn't a fire. Why can't more people do that these days? Why do some of you people feel like you have to get on this channel and the horse stuff and throw a grenade in the middle of it because you see it differently? Why? When I go through and I read these comments, I'm like, I can just imagine what your personal life must be like. People must hate you.
Yeah.
Don't want to be around you. You must be the person that walks, when you walk in, everybody just kind of seizes up. Oh my. You know, are they
Yeah.
going to like strike a match into the drapes? Because they just, you know, what is it saying? Some people just want to watch the world burn. They just want to set it on fire to watch it burn. Why?
So-
Why? It's not necessary.
It's funny because I was thinking of that quote earlier when he was talking about after I went on my little speech, and he brought back the concept of fire again. The quote that keeps running in my head as he's talking is, "Some men just want to watch the world burn."
And you're just burning your life up, and you're distorting and burning and charring other people's lives. Why can't you let them live in peace in the way they want to live? Okay, that is the big. And I'm gonna step into a place I don't normally step into. Okay, but today in society, it's a major deal. All right, that is the problem with this LGBTQ
Oh, he's going there.
whatever situation. All right, you can call yourself what you want. You can consider yourself to be whatever you want. Now, whether I think you're right or I think you're wrong doesn't matter, because it's not about me.
Exactly.
I'm not the one that anybody has to answer to.
Exactly.
Okay? So I don't insist that you change your view of who you are.
Exactly.
Stop insisting that other people change their view of who you are. Other people's view don't matter.
Yes.
One day when I die, I got to stand before God. I believe that 100%.
Maybe that also goes hand in hand with the internal. Okay, 100% it does. I think there's a reason why studies reveal that there is a link, some kind of a link between the autismos and the tranoids, because more than likely they are lost souls who are not sure how to live their life, and so they think that being a tranoid is the solution. But no, it's probably not. You got other things you gotta deal with first, and then the retards on Twitter go about defending everybody who's a tranoid because you can't be mean to them. But no, that's wrong. I think everyone should first figure out for themselves who they are internally before trying to externally force their will onto others when they don't even have stable ground beneath them. They don't even have a stable philosophy or stable mindset, stable worldview. It is a dangerous. Fuck, what's that Bobo line? It's a dangerous thing stepping out your doorstep. And then I forget the second part where he says something like, if you don't know where you're going, there's no knowing where you'll be swept off to. Something like that. It's not even October, and I already forgot the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Not whether I'm going to be go to heaven or not. That's already settled. All right? That's not. But you don't stand before me, and I don't stand before you. And so I feel like I can let you, as long as you're not trying to affect my life, I can let you do what you want. You can ride any kind of saddle you want. You can ride on any kind of saddle blanket you want. You can feed your horse donuts and sugar cubes if you want. It's your horse. I put out information, and you do what you want with it. And I'm not going to pick a fight with you over it, but I'm not going to let you pick a fight with me either. Okay? I don't need any more fires in my life. I've walked away from some really, really big fires that burnt me up. And a lot of them I started. And somebody would start a fire, and I'd throw the biggest log I could find on it. And of course it would, and it just went from there, and it just didn't end. And I finally matured to the point where I'm like, that's no way to live.
Matured.
That's just the actions of a troublesome, problematic human being. Okay, so just step back and let the fire go out. All right, just remove the fuel. Just take a jar and put it over the candle. There's no oxygen. The oxygen can be in the form of texting, telephone calls, Facebook, comments on YouTube channels, face-to-face, whatever.
Discord DMs.
Just back away.
Discord
Stop
drama.
putting fuel on it. Stop adding oxygen to it. Let people make their own deal, and you make your own deal. And when somebody says, I disagree, then stop and look at what they're saying they disagree.
You're not
Consider it.
allowed to
Maybe they're
disagree with
right.
me.
Maybe they're wrong. I could be wrong. I could be right on any given thing. Look at it, and if you consider that you're right, then let them have their opinion and don't feel the need to change it and just keep going. Okay? You don't answer to them. I mean,
No.
you answer to your boss if it's a work thing.
No,
You answer to your
everyone must
parents,
have my
if you're
opinion
underage.
exactly as it is.
You answer to your spouse to a degree, to some level or not, if you want peace in the family. But the rest of it,
There will only be
Firewall.
peace in the family if
your
everybody
horse?
agrees that I am correct.
with your horse,
And they're wrong.
you're the adult in the situation. Okay? They're only doing what their instinct tells them they have to do, or what their understanding tells them they need to do. That's all they're doing. Now, if you figure that you are more advanced and you're more intelligent and you're smarter than them, then by the same token, you should be smarter than them to the point that you can say, let's redirect this so that we can come to a calmer, slower understanding without a fight. I'm not going to add more fuel to this fire. The horse doesn't know. The horse doesn't know to not add more fuel to the fire. They don't know. They're just doing what they think has to be done. That's their understanding. That's their instinct. That's all they got. Okay? So stop fighting with your horse. Stop fighting with your spouse, your significant other. Stop fighting with your friends. If you're fighting with your friends all the time, they're probably not friends anyhow.
Yes, that's very true.
There's too much fire in this world. We're burning it up. All right, we're burning ourselves up.
There's
we're burning
too
everything
much
around
fire
us
in the world,
up.
and
we're
I
gonna wind up with
what?
nothing but
And I am the
coal,
water.
dirt, ashes, smoke. There won't
I
be
am
anything
the
left. There won't be
tempest
anything left of
that
your life.
quells
There won't be
the
anything left of your sanity.
flames.
There won't be anything left of your inside. You'll have burn them all up with just anger and stress
Angie.
and just fights and fire. Stop before you burn your entire world down around your ears over things that just don't matter. Stop before you burn your relationship with your horse up and they buck you off and break your foolish, angry neck. Before you
Angie.
turn them into something that's always looking for a fight. Before they get the idea that, okay, this is what riding is. Riding is every time somebody gets on me, we have a pecking order fight to see who's boss today, and it has to be who's boss, and it's who's going to win the fight. And horses will get that. They will get that understanding of what things are, and they'll get it from us. We will teach them that everything is a fight, and may the best man win. No, a lot of times there's a conflict. May the calmest, wisest, humblest man win.
Yes.
And humility is not weakness. Humility is you're smaller than I am, and you're.
Yeah. Humility is knowing I have the strength to fuck you up. I have the strength to fuck both of us up. I have the strength to destroy myself. And I'm gonna abstain. That's humility. Knowing your strength. And only using it violently when you need it.
You're weaker than I am, but you're getting in my face, and I could break your head. But I'm
Yes.
not going to.
Yes.
That's humility.
Yes.
All right. Humility is I can do this to the horse, and I can do that, and I can do this, and I can do that,
But I'm not going to.
but I'm not going to. All right. Have a little wisdom, have a little humility, and start putting out fires instead of building fires.
I am the
Okay.
firefighter of the
All right.
North.
Got a little bit of news for the school for those who follow. I'm pretty excited about this. Mom and I are actually this year for the NFR. We're going to be in Vegas for 3 days. Not going to the NFR. I can't afford them tickets. Not interested in that. But we're going to be at Cowboy Christmas for 3 days. Our friends and our sponsor, Rand's Hat, they have a booth that'll be set up there at Cowboys Christmas, and we're going to be with them at their booth. And so if you're there and in Vegas or at the NFR in December, swing by and say hey. Swing by the booth at Rand's and come by and say hey to Mama and I, and it'll be fun. And hope to see you there.
I kind of want to
So,
finish this
other
run,
than that, I
but,
think that's it for today, and we'll catch you guys next time.
I think I'll just end it here. I don't know if I like this item. I think it's called Carjo's Ring something. I think with this character, the Commando, it's pretty rare to get because I think what it does is like when you have a high damage attack, it summons like an icy tornado on the guy you killed, around the guy you killed, or no, not when you kill them. When you deal a strong attack, it summons the icy tornado where the strong attack landed. But this character has a hard time doing that if it's not a crit. So you gotta get lucky with your other items. Or your equipment. I like the lightning strike equipment thingy. That one's super cool. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna end it for today. My voice does definitely need to recover after today's reading. And I might be ready. My voice might recover by tomorrow. Time to read some more, but I'm not sure. What the heck is this? What the heck is that? It's just like a book floating in the middle of nothing. Can I grab it? Doesn't look like it. Kill this. Kill this. We have lost one Spartan. The first Spartan to die in the Human Covenant War. How many more will die, and how many more will survive? Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Halo The Fall of Reach. Okay, good luck. Thanks for watching and chilling. Thanks for listening. Try not to run into any spooky Emotes, especially now that Congress is trying to get the Emotes documents released. Don't forget, you can support my work with the links in the support command. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Have fun. Take care of yourself. Tell your friends. Tell your family. And as always, I will see you next time. Bye-bye.